This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon, fans of T10 cricket. Wonderful to have you with us. This is the European Cricket Series at night, coming to you from Portugal, and this is Phil Gowers here talking to you. Phil G from the chat, known as the one of the Blue Spanner crew. Wonderful to have you with us. You are here live with me at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo, which basically means it's the main stadium in Miranda do Corvo. Beautiful part of the world, very picturesque, surrounded by hills, and the outfield and the pitch are looking fantastic for this, the fifth night of this European Cricket Series at night. Match 9 and Match 10 coming your way. We have a double-header. The Werewolves Cricket Club versus the Miranda Dragons. Looking forward to that. Should be I think it should be a bit even tussle. Maybe the computer will think otherwise, but we'll see. And two big matches. Big weekend of cricket this, isn't it? We've got the T20Is up there in Netherlands going on, and of course you've got me here looking after you for the T10 action. Hope it's going to be enjoyable for everybody. And what's going to be enjoyable is to find out what happened at the coin toss. So let's go right now with the coin toss.
It's tail. I went ball first. Werewolves won the toss and they are bowling first.
And there you have it. The Werewolves have won the toss, and they've decided to send the Miranda Dragons into bat. Werewolves going to have a bowl first. It's a good toss to win, I think, and that's how the teams look right there. So, a couple of things to note, and that is, the first thing I want to note is the Miranda Dragons. This is only the second, technically it's the third match they've only played together as a unit. We saw them in action a couple of nights ago, and that was their very first time together as a team, and I thought they presented themselves really well. And in their team, they do have a Panda alert. See there in the middle order there, Panda What Up. He might come in maybe opening, maybe he'll come in second. But the Werewolves have got a pretty good lineup as well. There's, Gurpreet Singh and Gaganpreet Singh are in there. Tabish, who really impressed me the other night with his batting and also with his bowling as well, picked up a couple of wickets. And Amritpal Singh Jr. scored a few runs, did pretty well. I think this is going to be quite even. However, let's wait and see what computer thinks the percentages will be. Okay, so Robot thinks it's going the other way. 68% chance for the Werewolves to snatch a victory here in match 9. And the Miranda Dragons up against it, 32%. Well, we're going to find out pretty shortly as the players start to march out onto the pitch. The Miranda Dragons in their brand new kit, and the Werewolves striding out as well. up-and-coming events. There's a lot going on. The Estonia ECS is ongoing. The Netherlands T20I Tri-Series started today. That's going to go right through to Thursday next week. You've got the Portugal Night Series coming up soon, the Continental Cup in Romania, more T20I action, England ECS, that's going to be exciting stuff. And then we head to Cyprus, and of course then to my hometown, Prague, for the Czech ECS. And I can't wait for that, although I do have to get home and help sort that out with my friends in Czech cricket. So, everyone in the chat, welcome. Chris Smith, thank you, saying hello. Oh, Dave's just turned up as well. He's back. Good. So, we've got a few of our regulars in the chat. Wonderful stuff. Good to see you there. I know you're probably just popping over while there's a break in the Netherlands T20I. I must check then and see how that's going and what score Netherlands ended up with. I'll have a look there in a minute. But for now, this game here has got all my focus. Miranda Dragons out there. The Werewolves out there as well, obviously. Everyone's getting ready. Looks like Kashi Ram is gonna start proceedings with the ball. Just organising, marshalling his troops. Umpire is almost ready to go. And I think this is going to be a good game. This is going to be a real good test for both teams. They're both winless on the bottom of the ladder in the table A. So this is a very important game. This one very important to see who's going to maybe feature later on in this series. Here we go, first ball. And that's been played uppishly. There's no one out there. It's going to carry anyway. And that's a cracking start for the Miranda Dragons. Just wide, bit of a loosener. Got under it, lifted it. 6. Nice. Nice start. Very nice start. That is, Stephen Waddell is out there. Sorry, Waddell. It's not Waddle, it's Waddell. Stephen Waddell, had a good chat with him earlier. He's feeling pretty keen. And if that stroke didn't show his keenness, I don't know what will. And at the other end is Dawood Mohammed, who batted very well the other night for the Miranda Dragons. Wide ball, let go. So yes, as I said before, the Miranda Dragons, something I didn't realise the other night, and all apologies to them, especially to the Miranda Dragons, is they played 2 matches on Thursday against Punjab CC Amadora, and that was their first 2 games as a team. And I thought they held their own. I thought they did well. They did lose the 2 matches. Just mishit, slightly miscued. Just going out to square leg, quick single. Not a problem though. Yeah, I thought they really did quite well for a team that's only just come together. Still sorting out who's the preferred bowlers at different stages of the competition and different stages of the match. Batting, who's better to bat up the top, who bats better in the middle. They're still sorting that out. So a bit of work to be done. Good bit of pace there, push wide. They'll run through for a bye. Yeah, Kashi Rami puts a fair bit of pepper on that delivery. So yeah, Miranda Dragons, some team to keep an eye on. Let's see how they do today. For those who tuned in on Thursday night, you might think, okay, they looked a little bit shell-shocked with the team of the Punjab CC Amadora, who are quite a tight unit. Put them to the sword, but it wasn't a complete disgrace. The second game, the Miranda Dragons really found a bit of form. That's just clipped on the ground, just backward a point. And the Werewolves as well. Well, they had a couple of games against the Lisbon Supergiants on Wednesday night, and they lost both those games. But they made a very good account for themselves. They fought very hard, and very impressed with them as well. That's why I think this is going to be a really crucial game for these two clubs. See who can assert themselves nice and early in this competition. We're still in the first week. This is day 5 here in Miranda do Corvo. Kashiram in again. Yeah, he's pushed that a little bit too wide. Coming around the wicket, working on that angle. But unfortunately, probably put a bit too much work in that angle. Jules Autobridge has joined us. Good evening there, Jules. Good to see you again. And shout out to everyone else in the chat who's joining us live from Central Portugal. Oh, a bit of a slow one, bit of a beamer. Just watching the umpires for their call. I reckon it's a leg by there. Yeah, dipped just as it got to the batsman. No other indication from either umpire on that one. So one more to come in this first over. The score is 11 without loss. The Miranda Dragons looking to start solid and have something that they can defend when it's their turn to come out and bowl. And another good quick delivery there. And that's a dot ball to finish the over with. 1 over down, 11 on the board, no loss. Just a reminder that the Werewolves won the toss and elected to field first. They felt that there was a bit in this, and it was good to get the Miranda Dragons in and maybe try and soften them up a bit with some quick bowling, get some quick wickets, and get the pressure on immediately. So this ground, it in the town of Miranda do Corvo, lovely little town, not too far from Coimbra, just down the road. Well, I guess everywhere's just down the road if it's on the same road, isn't it? Coimbra's actually, it's actually probably about 30 minutes away from by car. Wide delivery to start there. That's Farouk who's come on to bowl. And just a point of interest that the Coimbra Knights, this is also their home ground, and the Miranda Dragons are effectively, I guess you could call them their sister club. They share the ground. They share a lot of things here. Well, that's been smacked really hard. Cow corner, almost into the car park, hits the fence, and that's 6 runs. Well, it's hit the fence, and the ball girl doesn't have to do anything about it. It just came straight back into play from the fence. Yeah, quite funny that. So, actually, point of note for the viewers, if you're a bit eagle-eyed here, we don't have any ball boys here today. It's all ball girls. And these are all girls who are involved in cricket somehow, so that's pretty cool. Had a chat with a few of them before. Way, that was a bouncer to nowhere. That was given wide by, I think, everyone. Square leg, standing umpire, missed everything. Bit of a wild one, that. Mr. Kitty in the chat. Just letting me know he's got a few things on, but he'll be back for the second match. Good man. Well, that's gone up in the air, but this is an opportunity. Werewolf getting around. Takes it on the line. He's comfortable. He caught it okay. Umpire looks towards the officials and they agree with him. Have a look at this. Oh, very good bit of balance there. He's inside the line. Very good catch. Well done. Very good stuff. 19 and the first wicket goes down. And we're just starting the second over. And that was Dawood Mohammed, who's come a cropper there. Probably great for the right shot, but just had a bit too much height on it, a bit too much elevation, and well caught in the outfield on the rope. Literally on the rope, probably about a foot just inside, and he's kept his balance. So the Werewolves have taken their first wicket here of the Dragons. And it looks like it will be Ravinder Golan is the new batsman striding out to the crease to join Stephen Waddell. So yeah, we have ball girls out there today in the high-vis jackets. And as I said, all involved in cricket in some way. Oh, a bit of a swipe across the line there. Gets it past one fielder. Another fielder's coming around all the way around from a long off position to long on to try to chase that one down. And it's 2 quick runs. Good start there for Golan. Nice swipe. Didn't really get a lot of that. Looks like a big fella. Looks like if he hits it, it's going to go hard. Let's have a look. Well, as I said, if he hits it, swing and a miss. Good bit of bounce there. This pitch, it can be a little bit funny sometimes. You might see it pitch in exactly the same spot, or maybe slightly just in front of it, and it will grub. And then sometimes it'll get up really quite high. It's a bits of this and bits of that. Well, lucky to get away with that. The batsman has gone out to the leg side and it's hit him on the leg. That would have been a proper leg side wide otherwise. So 22 for 1. One more to come in this over from Farouk. And that's a leg side wide. That's probably the one I was thinking of just in the previous delivery. So Mohammed Farouk trying to finish off this over. Okay, that's a catching opportunity. In the covers. and taken and well caught. Ahmed, that's Ahmed Safat. Good catch. Called for it. It's critical to call for it. Stop your teammates running in and putting you off. And very safe pair of hands. Good, well done. And everyone in the chat just saying cheerio to one of our spanners. Trip Mr. Kitty Denny. He'll be back later, though. He assures us he'll be back later. It's always good to have him in the chat. So, importantly, the Miranda Dragons, they've lost their second wicket. A bit of a sky catching opportunity there in the covers and taken. There's the table. You can see there, that's what I'm referring to, the fact that the Dragons are in 4th place, the Werewolves in 5th place. Neither team has a win, and they'll be absolutely chafing at the bit to get that, get a 1 or even a 2 in the win column today. Stay in touch with the other teams sitting in 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Don't want to let them get away from you that early. So I think this game for these two teams is really critical in the whole complexion of the Table A, of the Group A teams, Table A, great Group A teams. 2 overs gone, 23 for 2 on the board. And Kashiram is going to bowl his second. He's got a little bit of fire in his belly, has Kashi. And he's bowling to Golan. Yeah, good pace. Very good pace. He has this away swing, and that's probably why we do get a few wides sometimes here. That sometimes it's a little bit hard to manage. Before anyone on the chat corrects me and says that I said Gollum, I didn't say Gollum. I said Golan, Gollen, Golan. And I'll thank you to leave the Lord of the Rings jokes out of this one, although I might start a few. Kashiram just losing his run up there. But yeah, Ravinder Golan, he looks like a tall fella. Well, everyone's tall for me. I'm quite short, but he looks like he's a guy who could really get amongst the runs. Looks very confident with the bat. Good stance. And that's been punched down the ground to mid-off. Fielder wasn't really in a regulation mid-off and has to run across. They get an easy single. So, what do we think in the chat? Werewolves or Miranda Dragons? Where's your? Where do you think it's at? What do you think's going to happen here? If you've seen these two teams play over the last couple of nights, you probably, I'm hoping you might agree with me. You think they're a bit evenly matched. I think maybe the Werewolves, I think's got a little bit ahead of the Miranda Dragons, who are fairly new to the competition and new as a team. But we'll see. So Karnal now. New batsman facing his first delivery. .24 for 2. Oh yeah, looser. Be interesting to see Kashiram bowling to a left-hander now, because he's used to bowling to right-handers, and especially coming around the wicket and trying to pitch in line and move that ball away with the swing. So how's he going to manage that against a left-hander now? Still coming around the wicket. Ishwar Kanal is the batsman. Well, comes into the body, but he's played that away really well. Bit of fancy footwork there at square leg. Filson comes back, keeps it just a single. Yeah, that came nice into a bit full. Well, it was full. It came in, but it was played very nicely. Swiveled it, just ran for a single to square leg. It's important for the Dragons to make sure that scoreboard keeps ticking. Don't want to get bogged down here, not in the T10. Still in the power play. Batsman draws away to the leg side and ends up just punching it down the ground on the offside. I said Golan has a pretty good stance, but he's played that shot a few times now where he's sort of drawing himself away to the leg side, and if the ball's on the stumps, he's really got to make sure he hits it, and then he's swatting it on the offside. He might be better off maybe getting to the pitch and playing straighter, especially against the speed of Kashiram. Well, speaking of speed, and that really didn't bounce very much at all. I feel for the batsman a bit there. I think on the replay you might see that may have hit something and just grubbed, didn't get up. Have a look how high this goes through. Yeah, that was my initial feeling. But bowled comprehensively. Stumps everywhere. And Ishwar Kanal doesn't bother scorers too much, and he departs. And that is the third wicket down for the Miranda Dragons. Werewolves doing very well here, keeping the pressure up. And we're still inside the power play. Still got one ball to go in this third over. Computer thinks that Miranda Dragons should get up around 88. That sort of level, if the run rate can maintain. We'll see. So the new batsman coming out now. It looks like it's Zunair Khan. Kashiram gets a wicket. Batsmen are exchanging a few words here. I'm thinking maybe Golan's trying to take a bit of a senior lead here. It's in the centre there for the batsman, just getting a few tips, maybe just to see out the over. Nothing silly. Can't give away any more wickets. Not at this stage. Too early. Let's see how he fares. There's a question for LB. And he has been given first ball. Well, very confident appeal from the bowler. Let's have another look at this. Ooh, what do you think, folks? Good call from the umpire? Doesn't matter, it's out. Umpire felt it pitched in line, it was going to hit the timber. Have a look at the side-on view. Well, I don't think height was a problem. I think it would have hit at the top of the stumps. So Kashiram gets 2 in 2, but that does finish his bowling spell, so he won't get a chance to get a hat-trick into the Hall of Fame, unfortunately. So there's the Miranda Dragons chart. They've started well at 11 and then 12, and then that last over only went for 4, and a couple of wickets, quite damaging, and that does end the power play. That gets us to the 3 overs, 27 on the board, but 4 wickets back in the shed, more importantly for the Miranda Dragons. And the Werewolves are probably thinking, you know what, we'll have this. This is not too bad. We would have taken that if you'd offered it to us. 4 wickets down. Farouk comes back on. Has been hit uppishly. Almost into the commentator's tent, but not quite. Just hits the pole next to me. Good shot. 6. Might relieve a bit of pressure there. That was Golan with a very straight hit. Maybe he'll like the pace of Mohammad Farouk. Or not. I love it when I get him wrong. So Golan goes to 10. Zeb has joined him. And he yet to open his account. That's the captain for the Miranda Dragons. And that's going to go all the way. That's a great hit. Big hit for 6. Expensive over this one. Yeah. Put all his weight behind that. Swiveled. Got it over the boundary line rope. So suddenly it's up to 39 for 4. Halfway through the 4th. Maybe start to put the foot down now. Maybe Golan's starting to think, you know what, maybe I need to really crack on here and not leave it up to anyone else. He's up to 16 from 9. It's still early days. And Mohammad Farouk's coming for a little bit of stick in this over. See how you can pull this one back. Ooh, pushes it out wide. Trying to tempt the batsmen who wanted none of that. So 40 for 4 now. So the Dragons are still on course for a high 80s, low 90s score at this rate. Change of pace, but still pushed it too wide. Interesting part of the match, this. Oh, and he's gone for another wide. That's hat-trick of wides. This one down leg side, and a big wide down leg side. Maybe those 2 6s have spooked the bowler just a little bit. He needs to get his radar in here. He's going to be coughing up way too many extra deliveries. Well, I was going to say it's better, but it's a better result for the Miranda Dragons. That's the third 6 of the over. Bang! Ravinder Golan he's targeting Mohammad Farouk, and so far he's doing all right. That's the third 6 of the over. Big hit after a series of wides, and now he's put him over the fence for a third time. He does have 2 wickets to his name, but those 2 wickets might seem like a long time ago now. And he's still got 2 more balls, 2 more legal deliveries to bowl in this, his second over. Interesting part of the game, this. Farouk needs to really stand up here. And he bowls it too short, and he gets treatment again. That's the 4th 6 of the over. That's a cracking good shot. Bowler raises his hand in the air as though to say, well, what am I doing wrong? Well, you're doing something wrong, that's for sure. And Golan now, suddenly he's up to 28. And this is a very expensive over this. It's good T10 batting. Just bang. Another 6. The Werewolves having a chat to their bowler. They don't want to see him getting hit for another one. They want him to take a bit of advice and maybe have a think about the next delivery. Not sure why is the Zeb halfway up the pitch with his bat and gloves on the ground. I don't know. I think he might have thought it was the end of the over. Umpire wasn't happy. As a fieldsman back at third man was still moving when the bowler was walking in. That's fuller, and that's better, and that's just 1 run down the ground. And that's how the over finishes. So, that over went very expensive, and the score is now up to 55 for 4. The 50 came up with that previous 6. Sorry, I should have mentioned that to you. 4 overs gone, 55 for 4. Have a look at the run rate here. Well, that last over would definitely switch the angle around a little bit, wouldn't it? Those pair of wickets on 2 occasions, in the second over and the third over, but the 4th over, that one you just seen, things changed a little bit. So yes, there we go. Looks like Golan really found someone he really enjoyed playing against. After that wonderful over from Kashi Ran, where he picked up 2 wickets, I think for 4 runs, that third over really put the brakes on. So, skipper Zeb gets a look now. When he miscues a hoik towards cow corner, the bowler has to go and chase it off his own bowling. And there's a little bit of slip there in the field. Might be a little bit funny on foot. There hasn't been any rain, by the way, in case anyone's looking around and thinking, every time there's a long shot you can see some clouds. The locals tell me there is no chance of rain today. I've been told that categorically, no chance of rain, so I'm holding him to that. But there are some very dark clouds on the... they're a long way away. They're not overhead, so that's something good. This is Abhishek, and Abhishek's gone over the fence. That's a good shot. That's a good shot. So Zeb has succeeded in putting him out of the ground. Good shot. Saw Zeb batting the other night, and he really struggled. I think he only made a handful of runs in both innings, just couldn't get his timing right, but that shot looked good. Now that's not good. And that's dollied up, and the man at point just backpedals and takes a very comfortable catch. And that's the 5th wicket down for the Dragons. Just when they start to get a bit of momentum, the Werewolves come along and they take a wicket. Still, it's 62 on the board. We're in the 5th. So that previous over where Golan went after Mohammad Farouk, that yielded, I think, 25 runs, I think, that previous over. So that was a good one. You're going to need a lot more of that, though. But the skipper is on his way. That's the news. So unfortunately, after I give Zach a little bit of praise for that lovely shot for 6, then I talked about how his timing just wasn't right when I saw him a couple of nights ago. He goes and skies one up like that, and he gets picked off. So who is this? This is Naveed Khan, the spin bowler. Well, I saw him bowling spin, but he's actually down as a wicketkeeper today. This is interesting. Oh, that's a nasty delivery. That got up. Straight towards the noggin. Have a look at this. That's why we wear helmets, folks. That's the reason we wear a helmet. Dave in the chat asking if I saw his previous comments. Dave, I haven't seen a comment from you in the chat since you said hi to Nish about 12 minutes ago. So, Abhishek in again. And that's a wide delivery. Batsman didn't really use his feet there. Stuck on the crease. Sticky feet. It's one thing that we've seen a bit of this last sort of few days. Batsmen just sticking the bat out, hoping they can make contact without moving the feet. Need to move those feet. Get to the pitch. Well, he had a very gentle little sort of shuffle down the pitch, but how that missed the stumps, I'm not sure. Abhishek might have a lock that one away in the memory and think, well, you know, if I bowl straight, I'm probably on for a wicket here. In again. That's a wide delivery. Well, he's probably not thought that. I was probably thinking a bit too much there because I think if I was bowling, that's the first thing I'd think. I think, well, if he's going to charge like that and have a swing, I just got to keep it straight. You miss, I hit. Well, that's better. I think the bowler forgot to appeal. But he did appeal and the umpire said, no, not out. That's the end of the over. Successful over for Abhishek. He managed to pick up a very important wicket there. Yeah, there was a belated appeal there for LB if you have a look at this. Yeah, never mind. 64 for 5 after 5, halfway through the innings. We've got Ravinder Golan doing very well in 13. He hasn't seen the strike for an over. That's probably why the run rate has dropped. But he's going to get his chance now. And he's looking very dangerous indeed. Gowinder Singh, he'll be the new bowler coming on here. It's an interesting part of the game. There's good runs on the board. It's just that they're 5 wickets down, Miranda Dragons. Well, that took off. It was a wide delivery, but that really took off. The keeper took that around eye level after it pitched, well, I wouldn't say Yorker length, but it was quite a full length. Yeah, just a reminder to everyone, the Werewolves did indeed win the toss and they decided to field, put the Dragons in. Oh, swing and a miss, but that was another wide delivery. As wides are starting to pick up now. Be interesting in the final equation to see what that cost the Werewolves in terms of extra deliveries. Not just extras and penalty runs, but also the extra deliveries they have to bowl. Well, he gets a bottom edge, goes over the wicket keeper. The third man comes around as a backstop and collects just the single there. Just one run. So this is shaping up nicely this innings. There's a number. Well, the runs on the board are good. 67 on the board. This is good scoring from the Miranda Dragons, thanks to Ravinder Golan. We'll really bet the back there. Good defensive work from the batsman Naveed Khan. It was probably a bit more reactionary and trying to be into a bit of self-preservation rather than anything else. I don't think it was actually out to play a shot. Just trying to keep it out. So Ravinder Golan seems to have lost his magic touch. He was enjoying the bowling of Mohammad Farooq a couple of overs ago, but he's struggling here. It's been pushed wide, but not that wide. Well, he's had a couple of wides in this over, has Singh. He's trying to get the batsman to have a go at him. Connects there, goes through the player that's going to run between the two outfielders, and that's 4 runs through the covers. Yeah, pretty much dissected the fielder at cover. But it went pretty quick. It was mishit, but it still went very quick indeed. You see the field in cover there going to the ground to try to cover that. He wasn't that far from it. It just went really, really quick. 72 for 5 up on the board. Golan 35 at the moment, doing well. Good slower delivery of that one. Not sure what the bowler was appealing for. Maybe he was just appealing to say, was that a good delivery? I'm not sure. Wade turned to the umpire and asked the question. But anyway, Golan survives. It wasn't straight. So one more to come in the 6th over. No, one more to come now in the 6th over. That's a wide. I need to click over to the extras and see how those extras are scoring. I think they're doing very well today. That's a funny old delivery. He's just managed to keep it out. And batsman at the other end, Naveed Khan, wasn't interested in trying to run a single on the wicketkeeper's potential throw down the stumps. But that does end the 6th over. 4 more to come. There we go. Let's have a look there. So, Well, extras are our second highest score. We've had 14 wide so far. That's the stat I was looking for. But Ravinder Golan's doing quite well there. 35 from 18. Naveed Khan not really getting going. He's had a few short deliveries, to be perfectly honest, and to sort of give him a little bit of defence that he hasn't gotten going. But it's a bit tough going for him. Golan, however, is enjoying it out there. 73 for 5. Miranda Dragons looking to push up into the hundreds, 110 maybe, 115. Post the total for the Werewolves to chase. It's taken quite full and just hit away to a vacant mid-wicket area. And Abhishek does his own fielding. So Abhishek just making sure he's all happy. Comes in again. Dot ball, no wide. Bowl. Yeah, Dave in the chat. Yes, I did see your messages. I thought you meant the messages here in the YouTube chat. I did see you drop me the message and say that you were indisposed on Thursday and Friday. That's why I'm very happy to see you back here today. And that's straight up in the air, catching opportunity. Very dangerous man if they can take it. I don't think three of them combined, and they've all taken the wicketkeeper out. Chance for a run out though. So the catch has been spilled, but there may be a run out opportunity. The wicketkeeper was running for a catch. He had at least two fielders come in to affect a catch as well. But here's the run out. Have a look. Collected by the fielder. The batsman is gone. You are gone. G-O-R-N. You are gone. Signal's been given. And Naveed Khan is on his way. Run out. Backing up too far for a potential second. Ravinder Golan can thank his lucky stars that the catch was put down. That's for sure. Yeah, Dave, sorry, just getting back to you. Yes, I got your messages. Thank you. I'm very happy to see you here today, and I hope you had a very good couple of open mic sessions. Yeah, so thank you very much, Dave, for dropping that message in. The question, if Golan was out first ball, would that be called a Golan Derek? Would it be called a Golden Golan? Golden Golan Derek. I think that's have to be the GGD, no? Wide delivery? Good question, Dave. Good question. This is why we enjoy having you in the chat. You pose the questions that no one else is ready to ask. So 6 down. We're halfway through the 7th. New batsman's just arrived, sort of prodding and pushing, looking a little bit unconfident. Let's have a look. Oh, that's down leg. You don't have to worry about that one. Golan really quickly calls him through for a bye. Wants to get himself on strike. Well, clearly, Ravinder Golan is the key here. He needs to hog as much of the strike as he possibly can, and the other batsmen who are going to be supporting him, they need to realise that and make sure they rotate the strike at every opportunity. That's come off the toes. It's probably just going to go for just one run. Deep backward square, runs around very fine. He's almost a fine leg up there, almost. And he's sort of slowly marching back to his position. Yeah, he's kind of halfway between deep backward square and a fine leg. That fielder at about a 45 behind the bat. So this is Manoj. And Manoj he's off and running. Don't know where he's going though. Have a look at your batting partner. He's not moving a muscle. That's why. Well, there you go. So yes, that was Manoj Shrestha was the new batsman. And that does bring us to the end of the 7th. That'll be a dot ball to finish. I think that'll be 79 for 6. I think the scoreboard just needs to catch up with us. Ravinder Golan, 37 not out. Doing the job for the Miranda Dragons. We've got 3 overs to go. And they're really going to want to push this along. But I think the 100's still on. I think it's still on. Andrew in the chat, disaster innings for Khan. I think you've nailed that in one. I completely agree with you with that. This is Gaganpreet Singh coming in. He starts with a wide. I think next time I do European Cricket Series at night, or even one during the day, I'll need to start keeping score of how many new bowlers come on to start with a wide. I think that number will be quite explosive. We get Scollin into the swinging mood though with that one. That was very tempting. Good ball, very tempting for the informed batsman, but he misses. Nope. Comes in again. Gets a bit of bat on that. It goes to that man at 45 behind square. The keeper lets it go, but it bounces and flies up and almost hits him in the chest, funny enough. Or not funny enough, I should say. And they scamper through for a single. That'll bring the score up to 81 for 6 here in the 8th. Now, I think Ravinder Golan's going to have a chat to his batting partner, to Manoj, and maybe suggesting to him, if you get bat on ball, watch me. If I'm running, you run. He needs to take over the innings here. He really does. Strange old defensive mood. Shout for LB. Bowler can't believe it. He's still talking to the umpire about it. Cheeky. Very cheeky from the bowler there, trying to get the umpire to raise the finger. Oh, it's been hit uppishly, but they scampered through for a quick single. Oh, he's hit the stumps though. Umpire wants to have a look at the replay. If they've got Golan here, this could be an absolute match-changing moment for the Werewolves. Have they got their man, or was Golan quick? Watch this one, nice and close. Does he get the bat down? He's in. Oh, he's in by a country mile. Not even worth appealing. He was in. Foot was down. Bat was down. Everything was down. Play on. Have a look again. I think they just want to make sure that he wasn't in the air. I think he was okay. Ball comes into shot. Bat's down. So is the question whether the bat was down? And the answer is, of course the bat was down. That's what the replay suggests. So, 2 more balls to come in this over. Gaganpreet Singh. Go on, swing and a miss. He's 38 from 23. The runs are dried up a little bit now. Yeah, Gaganpreet Singh, good sense of humour. Tried to get the umpire to raise his finger by grabbing his hand and lifting it in the air. Umpire had a big smile on his face. Nothing to do there, just a bit of fun. He's pushed that a little bit too wide. He knew it. Too wide. Bit of work there for the keeper though. Has to really sort of keep moving across to his right to stop these wide deliveries. That's why he's got effectively he does have a backstop, and he's also got a third man. That's a better delivery. Quick. And that will be the end of the over. 83 for 6. 2 overs to come. Golan on 38 not out, and Manoj Shrestha on 1 not out. Bit of pressure on Manoj. Dave, thank you for the update on the score. Netherlands made 167 for 8 and Scotland 16 for 3 after 4. Interesting T20I going at the moment in the European Cricket Network up there in Netherlands. Vinny and Corey Rutgers looking after you there, but I'm looking after you here. Phil G here on comms in the European Cricket Series here at night in Portugal. The lights have come on. Good time to do it, I think. Oh, it's clicked uppishly, but there's no one there. They run through for a quick single. Golan was always going to go then. Good running, good quick running. Get that strike turned over and get the informed batsman there to face the next few deliveries. He's going to face 5 more from that end. See what he can do with the. See what he can do with Singh. This is Gowinder Singh. Gets into position for a bit of a hoik. Just goes along the ground to cow corner. Fieldsman comes in. Rifles the throw. They really wanted 2, but they couldn't get 2. Good work in the outfield to stop that. They must be aware that Ravinder Golan will want to get back on strike as soon as he can. So I think the field is creeping in, trying to stop the single here. It's been punched away. They do take the single though. I was just noticing that fielder who was going over to field the ball now, he was on the boundary line and he was a bit slow to trot in from the boundary line to come into a regulation mid-wicket or a square leg, but the other fielders on the offside had already started coming in. And that is a hot chance that's been caught. Batsman's looking the fielder's looking at his fingers ruefully, but he has taken the catch and they've got rid of a very dangerous Ravinder Golan, who was really firing up, and he was a bit of a key here for the Miranda Dragons. He's dragged them up to 86 for 7 now. There's still 8 balls to go in the innings, but he could have caused a whole lot of carnage, a lot more damage there, but they've got rid of him. So I think the Werewolves have done well there, done very well. Golan gets a generous round of applause from the dugout. They know how important that innings was. It was a very, very good innings. So now it's up to the tail, Miranda Dragons' tail, to try to force the issue, try to get to those triple digits. Go into Singh now. That's been hit straight. It's just a couple of bounces. It's going to stop there. Werewolf fieldsman comes in off the boundary, and that's Abhishek, who runs in, underarms it back. Singles here won't hurt the Werewolves. I'm sure they're not too worried about that, as long as one of these batsmen doesn't get under a few and starts to launch it skyward. Manoj goes for a sing. Oh, almost a catch from that same fielder who caught Golan just a few moments ago. Oh, they're going for a risky 2 here, and the run-out's been missed. They're all looking at each other wondering, why was there no one at the stumps? That's my question. Why was there no one at the stumps at the striker's end? There was no one to take the ball. Don't know how you're going to get a run out when that happens, though. So, 9 overs gone, 89 on the board, 89 for 7. Gowinder Singh finishes his 2. Very economical. He's got 1 wicket for 15 runs. Done pretty well there, I'd say. Mohammad Farooq, he's the standout who got absolutely taken to the cleaners by Golan in one of those overs. Went for 25 off 1 over, I think it was. But the rest of the bowlers have been pretty good. I think it's not a bad effort by the Werewolves in the bowling, apart from just that 1 over. And it's going to be Gaganpreet Singh. He's going to bowl the 10th. Full toss. It's been turned around the corner towards square leg. I think they'll settle for just 1. The ball stops in the grass there. Just the single. Tanveer Ahmed was the new batsman who came out with the fall of that previous wicket. Sorry, I forgot to mention him. Apologies, Tanveer. That's not a bad dot ball. Slip in place for exactly that kind of delivery. Batsman tries to help the umpire by asking for a wide. Nothing doing there. Don't bother talking to the umpire about where the wide line is. He can see it clear as day. It's funny how batsmen persist to do that. Just too good. Too good for the batsman. Manoj he's stuck on the crease. He's got sticky boots. I'm not sure he knows what's going on. Bowler in. Gives it some flight. And again, deceives the batsman. Dot balls here in the 10th. Too good, the Werewolves. Too good. Gaganpreet Singh just playing with him. Like a cat would toy with a mouse. And that is how it finishes. That's 90 for 7 in after 10 overs. I think the Werewolves should pat themselves on the back. They did very well with the bowling. Maybe it was the right call for them then to put the Miranda Dragons in and say, see what you can do. But at the end there, after Ravinder Golan left, unfortunately in that last over, they got 1 run in the 10th, and that could be telling in the final summation of how this game is going to finish. I thought the run on score on track for 100, 105. Triple digits would have been lovely. Would have been really, really good. Not to be, unfortunately. So, 90 runs. I feel they've left a few runs on the field there. Yeah, I reckon they're about 15 or 20 shy of where they probably should have been. Unfortunately for the Miranda Dragons, Ravinder Golan went probably a few balls too soon. It would have been good if he could have stayed there towards the end, but he couldn't. He was caught brilliantly. He hit a tracer bullet directly to the fieldsman who took the catch at eye level. It was a very, very good opportunity there, and he took it. So the Dragons will probably be thinking they could have got a bit more. They definitely started well. The first couple of overs went for 23, which was exceptionally good scoring. Really quick, really fast, and they were looking good. And then Kashi Ram bowled his second over, only gave away 4 runs in that second over, took 2 wickets, and to be honest, I reckon that's probably where things started to change quite a bit. So if you have a look at the score there at the top, Dawud Mohammed started well with a 12 off 6. But Ravinder Golan, he's the story here. 39 from 27. Without him, I think the Dragons would have been in all sorts of trouble. Panda Waddup was the next batsman to come in, but we didn't get to see him. So 90 for 7 after 10. Extras scored 22. Extras second highest score, 19 wides. That's 3 more overs that had to be bowled. That's quite incredible, which is really quite amazing. Those numbers, come on, you can't be bowling that many wides, surely. But that's what happened. You have a look at the bowling. So Mohammad Farooq, as I said, took a bit of stick. The rest of the bowlers quite economical. And Gaganpreet Singh didn't pick up a wicket, but look at that, 5 runs from his 2 overs, shut them down right at the end there. So they weren't going to get away with too many more runs. There was a couple of run outs, so I was sorry, 1 run out there as well. But started well, the Dragons, and did very well in the middle. As you can see there, those wickets, the first, second, third, fourth, all within 8 runs of each other. And then there was a good partnership in the middle, and then 3 wickets dropping at the end. So, in the summary, Ravinder Golan, 39, well scored, good work from Ravinder Golan. A lone hand there. Dawud Mohammed looked threatening. I think he hit just 1 6 and a few runs and maybe a 4 as well. Falak Zeb was the next best scorer, only with 6. Again, he struggled to find any touch there. Hit a 6 and that was it for him. Kashi Ram, very good bowling. Probably my pick of the bowlers, to be honest. Even though Gaganpreet Singh didn't pick up a wicket, I still think his economy and the pressure he had in his 2 overs were really something to talk about. Really good. So, in the final summation of that innings at the halfway point, we can now see that the Werewolves need 91 off their allotted 10 overs. I'm still looking around the ground. I still think we're going to be okay for weather. I can see a few clouds. I'm just going to walk out of the hut that I'm in, the tent. Just have a look skyward. Yeah, I think we're okay. Okay, going back to my little position over here. So I'm going to leave you guys for a few minutes. I think we'll be back live very shortly, maybe about another 6 or 7 minutes, with the run chase. Werewolves, 91 off their 10 overs. They do that, they open their account, and they start to make their presence known in the group, and that's what it's all about tonight. These 2 teams who are currently winless, get the win, make yourselves known in the group, and start to get your confidence building. So you take on the Lisbon Supergiants and the Lisbon Capitals, and of course Punjab, CC, Amadoro, the other teams in this group. That's it for me. You listen to me, Phil G. You are watching the European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back very, very shortly. Don't go too far.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And we're back with a run chase and we're ready to go. Skipper Falak Zeb has the ball in his hands and he is ready to start this defence for the Miranda Dragons, defending a smallish total, but a total nonetheless. 91 is the target for the Werewolves, which you'd think on the face that they should get it, but a couple of quick wickets can change anything. Bit of a news from the Miranda Dragons lineup. Unfortunately, Panda Waddup has been taken ill and is replaced by Maxwell Cook, the 12th man. And we start with the dot ball. So yeah, that's the news coming from the camp. Unfortunately, we're not going to have a sighting of a Panda here tonight, as he's been taken ill, and 12th man is Maxwell Cook, and he'll be replacing him. So hopefully Panda will get better soon, and he will join us in the coming days. Just played away on the onside there for a quick single. Skipper fields off his own bowling despite the attention from the square leg fielder. And the Werewolves have started the run chase with a single off the second ball of the over. Welcome back to everybody. You listen to me, Phil G, here in Portugal for the European Cricket Series at night. It's a wonderful spectacle here. The lights are on. It is cloudy around, so the lighting effect will probably take hold this game in this innings. Bends the back, gets it past the left-hander who pretty much half prods at it, watch it goes past. And I think all he would have done there is maybe get a tickle, and he's got to be careful about that. Bowler in again. Oh, bit of a swing, bit of a wild swing there from the opener. That's Abhishek with the blade, left-hander. And his batting partner is Ahmed Shafat at the non-striker's end. These two are looking to start well for the Werewolves in their chase of 91 for a win. Very good bowling here. Falak Zeb, he's putting it past the batsman with regular monotony. And Falak's going to off to have a chat with someone there. He sort of motioned to the umpire as though to say, "Hold my beer, I'll be back in a sec." He's just going to retrieve the ball. Maybe the fieldsman couldn't underarm it that far. Skipper in again. Push defensively. Well, he's off for a run. If the Zeb can get the ball back quickly, and he can't get it back quickly. Oh, Abhishek, he just played it down on the onside and he started running. Nowhere to be seen. There he is, dives. But unfortunately for Miranda Dragons, Falak Zeb couldn't affect a run out, couldn't get the ball back in time. And that was almost a calamitous start for the Werewolves there. Abhishek keen to just take that run, turn the strike over. And his man at the other end, Ahmed, he was stuck. He was going nowhere. I'm sure the look on his face was one of incredulity, thinking, why are you running towards me? But that does end the first. And looks like it's Dawood Mohammed coming on to bowl the second. Just organising his field. The umpire's just pausing us for a moment. I think we might be waiting for the scoreboard to catch up with us. Yep, I suggest that's exactly what we're doing there. So just bear with us for a moment. I think the scoreboard just needs to catch up. The officials might have just had a little technical glitch, a little, as they say, glitch in the matrix. But we'll be ready in a moment. Give a chance to the batsman to have a little debrief about that close run out that almost occurred. Miranda Dragons coming in, having a chat about what they're going to do to help defend this total. It's not a big total. They batted quite well in fits and starts, and I thought they started well. Then there was 2 overs, the third and fourth over, where Kashi Ram first came on, and actually in his second over, and he took 2 wickets in his over, just only a handful of runs as well, and that really put the brakes on. Very, very good bowling. The bowlers all did really well, except for poor old Mohammad Farooq, who in his second over got absolutely taken after by Ravinder Golan. When it went for about 25, I think it was in the end in that over, really got stuck on him. There were 4 sixes built in that over. There was a series of wides as well, so it actually probably was end up more than 25. Go back and have a look. It was probably at 30 something. Yeah, but the score's on the board, and that's the important thing. Miranda Dragons need to defend this to get themselves a point, and obviously the Werewolves are very keen to get a point as well, or at least a point, maybe even take more points than that by getting the win. Just repeating the news as well from the Miranda Dragons lineup, that Panda Wadup, who was originally in the side, named in the squad, he has pulled out with, apparently he's been taken quite ill. He's not very well at all, so we won't see him today. And Maxwell Cook, number 15. You can just see there in the screen, just walking up the pitch. He's the replacement player. And that's all fine with us. So I've still got a bit of a delay here while we find out what's happened to the scorebook. We'll be with you very shortly. Don't go away. Don't worry. Just a few little crosses and ticks just need to be done, and we'll be back here soon with live action. I'll stay here with you and keep talking. So the Miranda Dragons and the Werewolves on the table for Group A. They're both sitting on 4th and 5th respectively. Haven't got a win yet. And they're really, really keen to pull a win out of this game. And as soon as they can do that, we get to go to another game straight afterwards. That game will start at 8 o'clock. There'll be a slight delay as we go to that game. I think the posted time to start match 10 tonight is 7:45. It's now going to be a little bit later. And the umpires have waved the players back to their dugouts. I'll try to get some news as to what's happening here. And the umpires are sort of walking towards the officials, looking up to them. Maybe we've got a bit of a technical problem. I think that might be it. Apologies, everyone. Stay with us. And as I said, the Dragons and the Werewolves both really gunning for that first win to really open their account and get things going for them in this European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal. They've both got a bit of work to do. There's a bit of a run chase here for the Werewolves, and of course the Miranda Dragons will be very keen to try to defend this. Very keen indeed. So, we pause after the first over. I think there was only maybe a handful of runs scored. I'm sorry, I don't have that all in front of me. I'll tell you what I'll do. I might play a bit of music, and I will... I just saw a message from Nishal. I will pass that message on to Panda. Thank you very much for saying that. That's very good of you. What I'll do is I'll go and find out what's happening. Apologies that I don't have the answers for you right now, but let me go and find them, and I'll come back to you very shortly. Don't go too far. This is Phil G signing off for just a few seconds. I'll go get some answers. can give the wicketkeeper a bit of catching practice, maybe that's a positive. No, it is not. If you're going to put the bat out there, swing it. Dawood Mohammed, some pretty good pace here. Pretty good pace indeed. Need to make it tough for the Werewolves to the Miranda Dragons. Comes in again. Just battens it down. I think that's a crowd catch. Wow, that's kind of funny. Giving high fives. Big grin on his face, though. Have a look at this again. Of course, it was a bump ball. Even I didn't react, but it was quite funny watching the fielders react. And that's a full toss, and that has gone all the way for 6. Maximo over the fence. No, it's gone over the fence. It just bounced straight back again. How funny was that? So either there's someone back there or there's something very spongy. I'm not sure, but we are back. So, Dave, you're telling me there's music and no commentary? That's disturbing. Dave, you can hear me now, can you? Sorry about that, everybody. A couple of more technical glitches. So I've been talking away for about 3 or 4 minutes now, and it seems that no one's been able to hear me. Well. Maybe that's a blessing in disguise. Who knows? I did some very good descriptive work there while the music was still going. Apologies for that, folks. A few little teething problems, but we're all good now. So, Dawood Mohammed continuing. Swing and a miss. Not much movement of the feet there. I guess if you're not going to move your feet, then you're not really going to come to the party, are you? Well, that is the end of the second. So, big hitting that over for 6. The Werewolves are still haven't lost a wicket, and they're chasing a score of 91. I sadly don't have a score update. I think the glitch we may have just had in the last couple of minutes ago was to do with the scoring app. But I know somewhere someone's doing the score, and they will get it to me momentarily. Apologies for that, folks. Stick with us. So, shout out to everyone in the chat. Thank you for sticking with us. If you're there in the chat, you can hear me, show me, raise your hands, say something. Dave says it's okay now. Lovely stuff. Thank you, Dave. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone in the chat. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it's starting to... The drizzle's gone to a little bit more rain. It's making a bit of noise on the roof of the tent here. If it gets any heavier, we may get a delay. I hope not. I truly, truly hope not. Falak Zeb is bowling his second. Nice straight delivery. Straight drive past the outstretched hands of Falak Zeb, and it plugs and stops. Probably about halfway to the boundary. Just a single. So the Werewolves are going along okay. I think there's a few shaky moments here for Abhishek and his batting partner. That rain's starting to pick up a bit now. That cuts in very nicely. They're all over the place behind the stumps trying to field the ball. Keeper's gone down. They're going down like 10 pins. Tell you what, he's lucky he didn't play that onto his stumps. Dave, you always keep me entertained. It does prove that you're watching and you're not just dialing in these comments. I know you better than that. I know you wouldn't do that. That's a good delivery, but it's been punched out directly to the fielder. Quick throw back in. It went out pretty quickly to the extra cover boundary, but the throw came back. The throw came back pretty nicely. And I can tell you now that that little drop of rain has stopped completely. Completely stopped, which is good. So let's get back into this. Don't have a score for you yet. Working on a score. We'll get it to you. That's uppishly knocked. That's going to go for 4. It's going to beat all the fieldsmen and be collected by the ball girl out there. Nope. She lets it go through to the car park. Nope. She's got it now. All good. And that's a lovely square drive. Good shot there. That was Abhishek. So the Werewolves settling into this run chase now. There's a few shaky moments in the first couple of overs, a few little dodgy singles, a few near misses with the run-outs. They haven't really skied the ball into anyone's hands yet, but just the running is a bit funny and the swings and misses. And that's a lovely shot, uppishly, up and over, really good hit. Look at that. That is one bounce and into the concrete. And that completes Zeb's over. Well, unfortunately for a fella like Zeb, he was bowling really nice and tight there, and he's just given it away in those last couple of deliveries, gone for a couple of boundaries. Bit disappointing. He'll be disappointed. You sort of feel like the Miranda Dragons need to get into this batting lineup and get a couple of wickets here, because it is starting to run away a bit from them. So, bit of work to do. So it looks like it's Ravinder Golan who impressed me with the bat in the previous innings for the Miranda Dragons. He's going to have a chance to bowl now. They're getting a lot of protection on the boundary then. Fielder's been pushed right out, square of the wicket on both sides as you'd expect, and straight. Umpire gives the signal the power play is all done. We start in the fourth over. Abhishek gives a bit of a charge to Golan, but that ball just goes past. Not at terrific pace, but I think just the bounce eluded the batsman. So, looking around the field at the Miranda Dragons field, there's really nobody fielding inside the circle in front of the wicket. They're all behind the wicket. So I can see, obviously, you've got the keeper. Behind him is a fine leg. There is a short third man. There's someone backward a point just inside the circle. They've brought the mid-wicket just up to the 30-yard circle edge. And that's gone over the head of that third man, that short third man, and it's going to run away for 4. Steve McVeigh joins the chat. Good evening, Steve. Lovely to see you. And it's good to see everyone in the chat. People having a talk. Where is the score? We're trying to look for it as well. I'm trying to look for it. I can see as much as you guys. It's been worked on. We had a bit of a glitch at the start of the run chase. Like I tell you, the Miranda Dragons made 90 for 7 off their 10. Oh, good ball. Very good ball there from Golan. And so far, the Werewolves haven't lost a wicket, and they're motoring along quite nicely. The runs have scored pretty. How can I describe that? They're being scored often. The scoring is quite fluid. I wish I had the stats to prove that too. All I can do is I can tell you what I'm seeing. Okay, so Golan is bringing in his one of his fielders into the circle in the mid-wicket position. He's keeping people back. He's making sure that everybody's where they should be and there's not too many people outside. I think, funny enough, I think the batsman was actually bringing that to the attention of the umpire. And it was a previous no ball. A free hit's been signalled because there were too many people outside the circle. So it's a free hit coming up. That's been punched into extra cover. Fieldsman gets around, fields it cleanly, and gets the throw back to the non-striker's end. Pretty good work in the end. And I think the Miranda Dragons are probably thinking, that was lucky we got away with that. They really need to watch that. I thought there were way too many people back. I was just in the previous ball. I was trying to count how many people were inside the circle. And I'm pretty sure I didn't get up to the correct number that it should have been. So Golan now, he's going to change to over the wicket. Bowling to the right-hander. That's hit uppishly, and that's going to have a lot of pace on it, despite the rain we just had, and that beats the fielder over the boundary. 4 runs through the covers. Lovely shot. Fielder didn't have to go too far, but I think he was a bit slow at the blocks, and he was a little bit too straight. Makes it always a little bit tough, doesn't it? So this is overturning a little bit more expensive now. That's come straight down the ground. Fielder's going to come off the boundary rope to field that one. That's the skipper. Falak Zeb gets the throw in. Yeah, there was a little bit of rain that hit us. It started to threaten to get heavy, but then just as it got heavy, it stopped immediately. Like literally stopped immediately. It was only about maybe 1.5, 2 minutes. So there might be a little bit of a surface water on the ground, just in a few little places, just a few little bits of moisture. That's not going to worry about it because that's 6. That's a lovely cover drive, lofted cover drive for 6 runs. Fantastic shot into the fence, 6 runs. And when I say into the fence, I mean the car park fence, not the boundary line fence. There isn't a boundary line fence here. Lovely shot, 6. So the Werewolves run chase. I know there's no score there on the board for you. We are working hard to get that for you. Please bear with us. But I can tell you now that this run chase is going very well. I have no numbers to back that up, but I think it's going very well. That's my feeling. Golan finishes the 4th over. The Werewolves have not lost a wicket yet. And I think that's the important thing. So, Sonika Samji, I can see they're asking for update with the score. If I could update you with the score, I promise you I would do that. But if I was to do that, I'd have to go for a walk for probably about 5 or 6 minutes to try to find it and come back. And I can't leave you people alone in the chat without someone to talk to. So I'm going to stay here and keep talking until someone comes to me with a score. Or we get it on the screen. But bear with us. It is being worked on. It will come your way very soon, very shortly. Until then, the tension rises. So, Ishwar Kanal has come on to bowl. A bit of left arm leggy, and he's been put over the fence for 6 first ball. Straight onto leg, too short, sat up and said, where do you want to put me? And the batsman's too good to let that one go. That's Ahmed Shafat, who got in behind that one and put him away. So, Ahmed Shafat and Abhishek are doing very well here. Doing very well indeed. People asking for the score. It'd be really great if you could hear my words. We are working on it. You will get the score as soon as we can get the score. I promise you we won't leave you hanging. We will get that score for you. Just clips the pad, drops away on the onside. Stifled. Well, one hand in the air sort of appealed, not with any real conviction because there was no need for that. Bowler comes in. It's a good delivery. It just lodged in. I think it just lodged in his pads there. Collected by the keeper. Keeper gives him a little pat on the back to say thank you for not trying to run away with the ball in your pads. All good sportsmanship here between these two teams. Miranda Dragons and the Werewolves. Miranda Dragons, the locals. That's been hoiked. That's what I call a hoik. It went very square, past the umpire, and over the boundary line for 4 runs. The protection on the boundary on that side is more of your cow corner, deep mid-wicket, and then someone back at a square, but he's hit that very, very square, and it's eluded the two of them. So the runs are starting to come a bit freer now. And I can tell you that even though I don't have the numbers in front of us, I'm very confident that the Werewolves' run chase is going very well at the moment. Like I said, we're still working on that. Good ball. Yorker length. The batsman can really not do a lot with that. It's funny, in that side-on shot looks very dark here, doesn't it? But it's actually not too bad. The light towers are on. We can see a lot from that camera angle. That's been punched just backward point, just for a very quick single. They're turning the strike over the Werewolves. They're batting very smart here. Very good work. Miranda Dragons still searching for that first wicket. They're going to need a quick 2 or 3 wickets to try to drag this back, the locals. And the Werewolves are going along nicely. That's the end of the over. I believe that's the end of the 5th over. Scoreline is down. It will be up soon. We are experiencing a technical issue here at the ground. As soon as we can get the score and we get a confirmed score, we will give you that confirmed score. So just bear with us. Enjoy the action. And obviously there will be a few tense people out there who want to see the score. We hope to get it for you very shortly. There's Asan Ghassan, who starts us off with a wide here in the 6th. So, once again, apologies for the lack of scoreline. It is being worked on. Asan Ghassan in again. And dot balls racking up a little bit here. Going to have to do better than dot balls, though, Miranda Dragons. Kind of feel this game is going to be slipping away from them if they have a couple more overs which they don't get a wicket. The Werewolves going to feel very confident as we move through this game. That's been hit up in the air and juggled over the line for 6. Can you believe it? He had it. He absolutely had it. And then there was the juggle and it went over the line. That's a Maximo. It'll be signalled soon by the standing umpire. They're just double checking the replay. There it is. Confirmation. That did go for 6. I could see it clear as day from where I was standing. So unfortunate. That was Ravinder Golan out there. So unfortunate. He almost had it. It went like a bullet. Absolute bullet. And it probably had a little bit of moisture on it as well. I'm not trying to defend the action, but that was tough. A tough chance. I feel for him because he's probably more upset the fact that he's given away 6. It has come out of the hands and gone over the line for 6. That's along the ground. Slows up as it gets to that man, Ravinder. Lobs it back to the bowler, Asan Ghassan. So, this Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Cova, where you are, this is the main city stadium here in the town. Used to be a football pitch, so the drainage here is installed and it's very good apparently. And from where I'm standing, it looks like the drainage is very good because that little light shower we had, there's nothing left of it now. But when that ball follows the batsman who set off for a run, Abhishek, his counterpart, sends him back. Yeah, it's a very nice stadium. The light towers are in full effect with these grey clouds around, and it does drain very nice. And the town of Miranda do Cova, a lovely little town, a couple of nice little eateries in here as well, well away from your normal tourist areas. So it's very quaint, very nice. I like it here a lot. And our hotel is probably about 15 minutes down the road in a little town called Penella. And a big shout out to all the people in the hotel there who are looking after us. If they're tuning in, love your work. You're watching the European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal. You're listening to me, Phil G, one of the Blue Spanner crew who got the nod to get off the interchange bench and get over here to Portugal, have a chat with you all and talk you through these group games in this European Cricket Series at night. I'll be here until June the 2nd. And then I'm going to be joined on that day by Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandhu, who will take you through the Super 5 and then through the finals of this tournament. Oh, that's a beamer that's gone up in the air. That might be called a no ball and has been called a no ball, so it doesn't matter if it's going to be caught. It's not caught. Maxwell Cook puts it down. He throws the return back in. It was already called a no ball. Square leg umpire had the arm outstretched, so even if he'd held it, it wouldn't have mattered. He got in position. Maybe backed away just a bit too much. And having the Werewolf dugout behind him maybe might have thrown him a little bit as well. This is Dawood Mohammed bowling. That's come down the ground. A bit of work here for Golan. No, just way too hard. Middled that. Good hit. So the runs are starting to come thick and fast now for the Werewolves. Miranda Dragons searching for that elusive breakthrough. They need more than one breakthrough. They need a couple of breakthroughs. Well, I can hear a bit of weather landing on the roof of the tent here. Hopefully that's not going to stick around. Maybe just something passing. It's punched on the ground. That's going to beat the fielders. It's going to run away for 4. Yep, the Werewolves now. These two batsmen doing a very, very good job. Just saw one of our crew up the end there. One of our professional ball girls taking care of that, helping out the fieldsmen. Good work up there behind the backward point boundary. Yeah, you can see the camera shot there that rain's. Well, I wouldn't call it rain just yet. It's light, but it's obvious. So Dawud Mohammed, bit of work to do here. Well, he's picked it up on the full, and one bounce into the fielder. Didn't want to come forward for the catch. He stayed back and he defended the boundary line. If it got past him, well, it was an easy 4. Probably just for a moment he thought he was in with a chance of a catch. Abhishek, the left-hander, facing Dawud Mohammed. Backs away a bit, gives it a bit of a swish, a cross-bat shot. It goes out to the man at long on. And that's Golan, who unfortunately put down a rocket chance of a catch not too long ago. It did go to him like a tracer bullet, I have to say. Unfortunately, he fumbled it over the line, which was clearly not good. Sort of shot his confidence a little bit. Bowler in again. It's a good delivery. Just paddled away around the corner. Just backward a square. Fieldsman gets around. Gets it in pretty quick. Keeps it to 1. Apologies again for the lack of the score being shown on the board on your monitors there. It is a glitch with scoreline. We are working hard to rectify that, and we'll have it for you as soon as we possibly can. All apologies from myself here. That's hit down the ground. Just the one, straight to the fielder coming off the boundary. I think the way this is going, and you'll probably think the same thing, hopefully, if you're watching this, it feels like the Werewolves have this run chase well and truly in hand. They've been picking up the boundaries quite relentlessly and quite often. I think they're in a very comfortable position. I wish I could back that up with some numbers. Unfortunately, I can't do that because I don't have numbers on me. I really wish I did, but we're working on it. We'll get them for you. We will get the result, and obviously we'll fix this this little issue as soon as possible. It is being worked on by a number of technical boffins, and they will get this rectified. I can see some people in the chat throwing numbers out there. I don't know what... I'm not going to quote those because I don't know where those numbers come from. I can guess where they come from, but I'm not allowed to say that on air. So, we'll instead go to live action. Ishwar Karnal is coming back for his second. He got a little bit of stick with his first over. He's just marshalling his troops, making sure he's got enough inside the circle. Umpire's very watchful on that. We've already had one no ball and a free hit because of that. So, Ishwar in. That's up-ish, and it's going to go over the head of the fielder who just come up into the circle. It has plugged and stopped, though. It hasn't gone for a 4. And the batsman at the non-striker's end has gone down as he turned for a second. That's Abhishek. I hope he's all right. I hope he's okay. Yeah, he's moving okay. The umpire's just having a word to him as well. I think he's all right. So, chat, again, I'm just saying I really do appreciate your patience. Wonderful to have you with us. And we are working to rectify this situation. You can see there the byline is explaining the scoreline is down. We are working very hard on that right now. And so are the Miranda Dragons, who I think are a little bit of trouble in this game. I think the Werewolves are completely getting away from them. That's a good delivery. Good respect shown by the batsman too, just punching it back down the wicket to the bowler. And that's punched a bit harder down the ground. Really didn't middle it. And fieldsman runs about halfway back towards the wicket to field. Ishwar in. Batsmen having it all their own way at the moment. Now here's an opportunity. And juggled and dropped. Oh, That's unfortunate for the Miranda Dragon outfielders. That's another catch going down. Look at this. Bubble, 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 and falls about 1.5 meters in front of him. It was a red-hot chance, but again, these Grizzlies are flying through the air at terrific speed. Bowler in. And the batsman, not going to worry about that. That is into the car park. What a great strike. Very good hit, that one. Ahmed Shafat, he has launched into that one and put it over. I guess the previous ball where he almost got caught out, he thought, nah, none of that. Bang. Good hit. Good hit. Werewolves having it all their own way. I get the feeling they're not too far from clinching the win here. I think they need not many runs off a lot more deliveries than when we realise. I think the end is nigh. It's kind of tense when there's no score on the board, isn't it? You're sort of just waiting for that moment the umpires call the game, and we all sort of get told that that's it. We're done. So we're not too far away. We know that the Miranda Dragons haven't picked up a wicket yet, and we know that the Werewolves are getting very close to that 91 they need to score. These two batsmen have been going great. They had a few shaky moments at the start, but just in these last 4 or 5 overs, they have been quite commanding and quite patient with their batting. And, yeah, I'm pretty sure the Werewolves will pick up a victory here today. Just remains to be seen about the level of that victory. That concludes the over. So Ishwar Kanal finishes his couple of overs. News that from the T20 Netherlands, that Netherlands have beaten Scotland by 41 runs. Thank you for that, Dave. And a hat-trick for Logan Van Meek. Wow, there you go. Yeah, Scotland look like they're in a lot of trouble. It was a good score posted by Netherlands. Obviously, that's been covered by Vinny and Corey up there in the Netherlands, and cheerio to them if they're listening. I'm sure they're not because they've been busy calling that game. It'd be good to catch up with them later on today. But yes, Dave, thank you very much for the update on the score coming in from the Netherlands T20I series up there. Whereas Ravinder Golan is going to bowl his second over. A couple of dot balls here. Ravinder bending his back, toiling very hard. He batted very well for his 30-odd in, I think it was like 23 deliveries. I think 38 on 23 was where it ended up. A few swings and misses he had, but geez, he had a fantastic over against Dawood Mohammed. He plays from the same team as him. He had a fantastic over against Mohammed Farouk. Took him for 4 sixes in 1 over, and that was a pretty special moment for the Miranda Dragons. They are up out of their seats in the dugout, and that is just hit the wide line. That's clearly a wide. So there's a bit of information coming to the chat about what the score is. I'm not sure where you got it from, but thank you for that. If that is accurate and correct, I can see that 8 runs off 12 balls. Thank you to Chris Smith and to Noman for posting that. Hopefully the chat sees that. Very helpful. That's a full delivery, just punched out for a single there. So yes, thank you to the people in the chat for putting that up. That's very helpful for me as well, and thank you. So Ravinder in again. That's punched out straight through the fieldsman. Well, did he get an awkward bounce or did he just not get down to it? And that's gone for 4. And the end is in sight. Or is that the end? There's a few players walking off. Now there's more players walking off. That must be it then. Well, without the scoreboard to tell me it's done, I can tell you now, game's done. Werewolves win this game by 10 wickets with that strike for 4 that went straight through the fielder. And I think they've won this with maybe maybe nine balls to spare, maybe 8 balls to spare. I lost count there in that last over. But it's a pretty emphatic win, 10-wicket win. The Miranda Dragons unlucky not to pick up at least 1 wicket of the Werewolves. The 2 Werewolves batsmen, hats off to them for guiding the team on a very good win. Their first win for the tournament. Well done to them. Very well done. And even Dave in the chat is telling me that the score is back up. Good stuff. But yes, the game is done and dusted now. And as the players walk off, just a reminder that match 2 starts at 8 o'clock local time. That is 46 and a half minutes from now. The posted time, I believe, was 7:45. It's now going to be 8 o'clock. So just note that. It's a bit of a later start, which is probably going to be very good because it gives us a chance to switch everything off and back on again and try to find where that glitch is, hunt it down, and as Arnie says, well, I'm not going to do an Arnold Schwarzenegger impersonation, but we'll terminate that little glitch. And we'll be back, and we'll be back better than ever at 8 o'clock. But that's the end of this game. You've been watching Match 9 here of the European Cricket Series of the night here in Portugal, and a good win by 10 wickets to the Werewolves. They chased that down very quickly inside the 10 overs needed. They've managed to pick up those runs with probably about 8 or 9 balls to spare. Good work from the opening batsman, as I said before. That was Abhishek and Ahmed Shafat guided their team to their first win. They're going to feel pretty good about that. Their first win. They get they're not just on the board, but they get a 1 in their win column on the table for Group A. Well done to them. Miranda Dragons still searching for that elusive first win to start their campaign in earnest. Still a bit of work to do for them. They showed fits and starts of very good batting when it was their chance to put a score on the board when they started. They ended up getting to 90. I felt that they were on track for maybe about a 105, maybe even a 110. They fell short of that. And unfortunately, their bowling suffered a little bit, and a few little possible moments of run-outs and catches, drop catches. I counted 3 or 4. I know people in the chat might tell me it was more than that, but there were 3 or 4 hot chances that were spilled. And to be honest, at one point, maybe halfway through the innings, I know we didn't have the scoreboard up, but I felt that they were never really in the game, and they missed out on a bit of an opportunity there. So that's how things end right now. So we're going to take a break. We will be back very shortly. So it was 9 balls to spare. Thank you, Dave. I thought it was 9 balls to spare. I felt it was about halfway through that 9th over when things all came to an end. It was very anticlimactic as well. It was rather amusing because, it's like half of the players, 3 or 4 of the players slowly walked off and the rest of the players just sort of half followed. They weren't too sure, but the umpires were sure. They waved everyone away, and now we're done. So without any further yakking away from me, I'm going to take a break as well. Maybe go get myself another cup of coffee. And I will say cheerio for now, but I'll be back in about 40 minutes' time. And I hope you'll be back here as well for the second match starting at 8 o'clock local time. That's GMT time. And we hope to see here. It's the return match of the Werewolves CC against Miranda Dragons. We will see. We will see if the Miranda Dragons can turn it around, have a bit of a think about things, go into that room full of mirrors and have a good, long, hard look at themselves. Come back out fighting. And there we have it. Unfortunately, the 28 minutes hasn't been reset for the new start time, so apologies for that. It won't be back in 28 minutes. We'll be back in 45 minutes. So top of the hour. We'll see you back here. So don't go too far. You are watching the European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal. Match 10 coming your way in approximately 43 minutes and 27 seconds. I'll see you here. This is Phil G signing off for the next few minutes. See you soon.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And welcome everybody to match 10 of this European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal at the lovely Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo in central Portugal in the town of, funny enough, Miranda do Corvo. This is Phil G on comms. Lovely to have you with us tonight for the second game for tonight. Match 10 coming your way. The Werewolves going head-to-head with the Miranda Dragons for the second time this afternoon / this evening. In the previous match, match 9, the Werewolves were just too good for Miranda Dragons. Miranda Dragons posted 90, and those runs got chased down with a loss of no wickets inside of 9 overs. I think there was, what was it? It was 9 balls to spare in the end. We had a bit of a technical glitch. Everything's looking good now. And also we had a bit of a weather glitch a few times, just a little bit of rain, not enough to take the players off. I can tell you that's blown over and we're all looking pretty good. So why don't we go to the all-important coin toss for match 10.
Werewolves won the toss and they are batting first.
And thank you very much to our umpire there. The Werewolves did indeed win the toss and they decided to have a bat. Last time they won the toss, in the previous match they won the toss and they sent the Dragons in. This time they're going to go out and have a bit of fun first too. There's the seams lining up. Obviously Ahmed Shafard at the top there opened up the innings with Abhishek, who's not playing in this game. They pretty much took they got all the 91 runs without loss of wickets, so they did a really good job at the top of the innings there for the Werewolves. Miranda Dragons, that side is just looking through the list there. Maxwell Cook is named in the side. Obviously Panda What Up is not well. That's what's up. And so the Werewolves are looking at pretty much favourites to take the chocolates here in this match number 10, 68% to 32% of Miranda Dragons. Miranda Dragons, they've got a bit to play for here. If they don't get the win up here, they'll be the only team in the group who don't have any points in the win column. A lot of cricket coming up over the next 6 weeks. Have a look at that. Estonia and Portugal, obviously ongoing ECSs right now. And we've got a Continental Cup in Romania, T20I action this weekend and the following weekend. And in that little list there that's already disappeared from the screen, it all culminates in my hometown of Prague. We've got our ECS Czechia coming up at the middle of June. I can't wait for that. There's going to be a Central Europe Cup for women as well, just before that. Wonderful women's competition. Really looking forward to that. Looking forward to getting home and working with my friends back in Czech cricket to get that up and going. Anyway, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this game, this match 10. Miranda Dragons, hungry for a win. They really don't want to let the Werewolves get a second win here tonight. They've got a lot to play for. I think they'll see a bit more of a serious attitude here from the Miranda Dragons. Not that they weren't serious, but the game faces are on. And they need to get into this Werewolves team. They haven't taken a wicket tonight. Let's see how we go. First ball. Just pushed out just for a quick single there. Skipper, Falak Zeb opening the bowling as always for the Miranda Dragons. And we've got Ahmed Shafart out there again opening. And he did a fantastic job in the previous game. Opened, carried his bat all the way through. And he and Abhishek got the win. Very convincing. Now that's the top edge. I don't think anyone's going to get near that, not unless you own the farm over the back there. That is gone top edge for 6. Very loose delivery. A lot of noise coming from the Werewolves dugout away to my left there. They're super excited. They're keen to get a second win here and get amongst the rest of the teams in Group A on the table. Look at that, straight up. Even if there was someone back there, it didn't matter. That cleared the boundary rope quite nicely. Big hit. Not a good start. Skipper Falak Zeb needs to get on the money here. Need to have pressure right from the very start if they're going to get a sniff here. Miranda Dragons searching for that first win this tournament. Just the inside edge clipped over towards leg side, just backward of square. Just a single. So, yeah, a lot to play for here. Very important match, this one, I feel, for the Miranda Dragons. They lose here, they're going to lose touch with the teams that will all be jumping ahead of them with 2 wins, and maybe even 3 wins, 4 wins, and they'll still be there with no wins. They need to do something here, need to do something good. Full, and that's been dispatched. Too easy. Too easy. Give that to an opening batsman. You should do that every single time. 2 full, 2 straight, and plenty of time for the batsman to turn that away to leg side effortlessly. 4 runs. Bit of work there for the ball crew out there. All girls today doing the ball duty. Fantastic to have them with us. Wonderful stuff. Can see them at all 4 points around the ground. They're all involved in cricket in some way, and they love the game. They come here tonight to help us out. Fantastic. And that is short, and that is hoiked, and that's going to go past the fieldsman, who is not going to chase it. That is yet another boundary. Well, this first over, I talked about trying to get some pressure. It's flipped on its back, and the pressure instead is going from the batsman straight onto the bowler. And the bowler is not responding. He's got to do a lot more here now. Got to do a lot. See what he can do. John Gray making a good little joke there. Will there be a confrontation between Zeb and Ram? That will be a Zeb-Ram crossing. Boom, boom. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Don't forget to tip your waitress. Nice one, John. And that is a loose wide delivery. Lucky the batsman to get a hold of that. He probably would have put it out into the street. Yeah. Zeb has really lost his way here. He needs to have a think about it. Maybe slow things down a bit. Good to see Jules in the chat giving John a little round of applause for that. Boom, boom. Nice one. And that's driven through the covers. And actually not through the covers. Driven into the covers. Because it really slowed down once it hit the grass. And that is the end of the first over. It went for 18. Not an auspicious start by the skipper and by the Miranda Dragons. Just bled a few too many runs there and letting the Werewolves have it their own way in that first over. Ahmed Shafat on 10, not out. And his counterpart, which is, just trying to see the numbers, is it Gurpreet Singh? I think it's Gurpreet Singh, or is it Gowinder Singh? Or is it Gaganpreet Singh? It's G Singh, and I can't see his number. His umpire's just getting in the way, and I can't quite see what's going on there. Anyway, Singh is on 7. Bowler in. It is indeed Gurpreet Singh. My first guess was the right one. And that is Ravinder Golan, who's come on, who was very handy with the bat for the Miranda Dragons in the previous match. Scored a quick fire, 38 off 23 deliveries. Stops and starts in his innings, but at one point he was hitting sixes with consummate ease. 4 in 1 over, I believe. And he's bowled a wide. So yes, that is indeed Gurpreet Singh. So the Werewolves looking to consolidate on their good form in that first match. Haven't lost a wicket yet tonight. The Miranda Dragons will be very conscious of that. They need to hold their catches, need to take some wickets. They need a bit of luck going their way. And that goes through the fielder at extra cover. Driven pretty hard. Probably more of a point, actually. Point fieldsman. Yeah. Just went a bit too quick for him. Couldn't get down there. That's Maxwell Cook, who's coming to the side with Panda Waddup. Not feeling the best. In fact, he's feeling pretty poor. And he cannot take part in the game today. So Maxwell Cook was 12th man in the previous game. And he's now in the name side for game 10, this one. And that's lofted cow corner. 6 runs. Bang. Good night. That's all she wrote. Big hit. Big hit. Ahmed Shafat carrying on where he left off in the previous match. He's in good form. Really good form. Werewolves having it all their own way. Not enough pressure from the bowlers. This could be a long 10 overs in the field here for the Miranda Dragons if they're not careful. These Werewolves are going to get away from them if they're not careful. That's it. That's a very optimistic shout for LB from the wicketkeeper and the bowler. Just smacks in the pad and cannons off to the onside. Yeah, you'd have to be a very brave umpire to even think about raising the finger on that one. You can see the angle's completely not there. So, Ravinder Golan. In again. Swing and a miss. Keeper thought he had something. But no one else did. 30 for no loss. We're getting towards the end of the second over. Werewolves looking quite comfortable. Miranda Dragons need a something special here. Oh, good delivery right in the block hole. Just punched onto the onside for a quick single. Yeah, the Miranda Dragons, they really need something here in this next couple of overs to try to drag this back, put a bit more pressure on the batting side. It's 31 without loss after 2. And the odds are definitely in favour of the Werewolves to continue this domination over the Miranda Dragons. Miranda Dragons have only been around for a short time. This is only their 4th match together as a team. And if you have a look there at the standings in Group A, the Punjab CCM Madura and the Lisbon Supergiants heading the table on 11 points apiece. That was the net run rate for Punjab CCM Madura. Very superior there, quite good. Werewolves and Miranda Dragons at the bottom. That's gone up in the air. 1 bounce, 2 bounces to the fieldsman who was rushing in. No chance of a catch there. 1 hand off the bat. Just lost track of that one. So yeah, the table tells the story that the Miranda Dragons are sitting in 5th place out of 5. Werewolves are above them, and the Werewolves get a win here. They start to test the teams above them and start to say, well, we're here as well. It's not going to go your own way. That's well down leg side. That's a shocker. That's going to get past a few people. Well, namely the keeper. And they take a bye. So Felix Zeb struggling a bit here with his line, the skipper. The Werewolves still with a 0 in that wickets column. I think as someone on the opposition, you'd probably be thinking we need to get a wicket. We need to rattle the stumps. Need to take catch. Need to run out. Need something going their way. The Miranda Dragons. They've only been together a short while. Their gear, their kit only turned up during the week last week, and they were super excited about that. They're a great bunch. They're a very positive bunch of people as well. But yeah, they told me the story that they only played their first game together as a team on, I think it was Wednesday night or Thursday night, and that's gone leg side again for another wide. Yes, they played their first game against Punjab CCM Madura on Thursday. They lost both of those matches against Punjab CCM Madura, but they put up a pretty good fight in the second match. And they're showing some little sparks. You see little things where you think, oh, okay, that's something to capitalise on. They're still testing out where their batsmen should be in the batting lineup, where their bowlers should come on and bowl. They've still got a bit of work to do, but they're very positive. I think the batsman's taken that one on the body. Dot ball. 36 for no loss, halfway through the third. Gurpreet Singh on strike on 9. Ahmed Shafat at the non-strikers end on 20. He's striking the ball very well. He must be seeing that ball the size of a watermelon. He was not out in the previous game. Smashed it all parts of the park, guided the team home with a loss of no wickets. That's full, and how has that missed the stumps? That was a very good delivery. Oh, what a ripper. That's the best one he's bowled tonight. Very good. Might take a bit of solace from that. Yeah, good point by Dave in the chat. Werewolves could go above the Capitals into 3rd place if they only get 3 points. Yep, there's every opportunity they'll push themselves into that position. And that's skied up in the air, and that's going to fall safe, if not maybe even over the line as well. And it has indeed just gone over the boundary. Fielded there by one of the ball girls out there. Throws it back into the Miranda Dragons team. Yeah, it didn't pass it over by too much, did it, though? A bit edgy, a bit risky, but maximum points. Maximum runs. Points, what are you talking about, Phil? Maximum runs there. Well done. Good hit. That was Gurpreet Singh who freed the shoulders and let loose with that one. Alex Zebin again. Okay, that's gone straighter with a lot more full, and that has been middled. And that is a massive 6 over the covers. Massive. A lot of support, a lot of loud support in the stands from the Werewolves dugout. Loving what they see. Gurpreet Singh marches up to 21 from 9 deliveries. Christopher Ward joins the chat. Hello, Christopher. Good to see you with us. It's like the old fraternity in the chat of the Blue Spanner crew. Lovely to see you all there. Oh, it's hit him in front of the stumps, but not quite in front enough, according to umpire. Let's have a look again. Well outside the line. Well outside. And that is the end of the third over. That's 48 for no loss. The Werewolves having pretty much everything their own way. They haven't really given any chances. They're looking solid. Very, very solid to post a big score here. Miranda Dragons searching desperately for a wicket. So far tonight, they haven't picked up one wicket at all with the Werewolves. They're going to want to do something about that. If you have a look at that skyscraper view there, 18, 13, 17. Yeah, the Miranda Dragons, they need someone to come on and really help out with the bowling department and slow this thing down. Get some dot balls in there, get some pressure in there. If they don't, well, who knows where the Werewolves will end up. So they're looking pretty good at the moment, I have to say, looking pretty good. That is the end of the power play. Some more of the fielders pushing a bit outwards now. Deep square, not backward square, just in front of square, cow corner and deep cover. Oh, good delivery there to start with. And that was Ishwar Karnal, who didn't bowl with much success at all in the previous game. Got taken for a few, but he started with a very good dot ball to the in-form Shafat. Just covers his stumps and pushes it off his pads, just backward a square for one. They really do need to slow it down a bit here, don't they? Just looking around the field, I can see the Miranda Dragons just still trying to work their field out. Well, you don't need fielders for that because that is out of here. That is gone. Capital Gorn, gone. Big, big hit from Gurpreet Singh. Puts Ishwar out of the stadium. 50 comes up in the fourth. 55 for no loss, halfway through the fourth over. And, yep, there is alarm bells ringing on this one that a big score is going to get posted. Miranda Dragons could be in all sorts of trouble during the run chase. The ball has come back into the stadium. That's the important thing as far as that's concerned. Let's get the pill back to the bowler. Let's keep going. Oh, he's tried it again and he's come undone. And finally, the Miranda Dragons get a wicket tonight in the second game of the evening. Have a look at this. What do you think, folks? Round arm, pitches in line, probably hitting leg stump. What do you think? And I think a good call from the umpire there. But a very good start given to the Werewolves by their batsman there. It was Gurpreet Singh who's come a cropper. But importantly for the Miranda Dragons, Ishwar Karnal has the breakthrough. That's one. That's good work. Batsman walking off. He looks a bit dejected, but he's getting a very good big pats on the back and a round of applause from his teammates for getting them off to a very good start. Ishwar in again. And that's a wide down leg side. Thought about it running off for a quick bye, but no, not there. So that was Gurpreet Singh who lost his wicket there. He's been replaced by another G Singh. I've got to go through this all over again. Is it Gaganpreet Singh or is it... I think it's Gaganpreet Singh, or is it Gowinder Singh? I think it's Gaganpreet Singh. Ishwar in again. Oh, good ball, nice and full. Yorker length. Wicketkeeper thinks there was something there. But I think he's a bit of a lone voice in that. 56 for one. Coming to the end of the fourth. Left arm spin. And that's coming straight towards me. And just past me. That's a good shot for six. Flat and low. For a moment it was coming directly to the comms position. Then it just took a little bounce as it went over the fence. Over the boundary line and shot to the left. So I didn't get a chance to field it. If I had had a chance to field it, I probably would have forgot to take the earphones off and I would have taken the whole table with me as I dived for that. The Werewolves going along very well. It almost seems like that wicket that fell had nothing to do with knocking off the run rate. Run rate is currently 15.5 and over, having it all their own way. They're enjoying this, aren't they? Big score coming, I think, folks. Big score coming. 4 overs gone, 62 for 1 on the board. And I was right, it is Gaganpreet Singh. Oh, I'm getting good. Getting really good at this now. Starting to find my stride, everybody. Starting to find my focus. Let's get back to the game. Dawood Mohammed, handy bowler. What can you do? Oh, gets a leading edge. Skews up in the air, but nobody there. Fielder does a little pirouette and pings it back to the keeper. It was a bit too hot for the keeper. I think it's Naveed Khan who's keeping under the helmet there. Yeah, Dawood Muhammad, who's bowling. Need to give him a bit of a shout out. The other night he bowled very well. I think he picked up a couple of wickets. He also batted very well too. So he's a good all-rounder. Let's see how he goes. So Gagibri Singh puts it down the ground towards probably a straightish sort of mid-wicket there. Not quite regulation mid-wicket. Brings Shafat on to strike. He's on 22 from 11 deliveries. I feel like I haven't seen much of him batting in the last few deliveries. It's been all at the other end watching it all happen. Well, that's what he does. And that is out of here towards the production area. Big six, that one. Oh, Dave saying you're out. You're correct. Gurpreet was out. Gagaprit is in. But the thing is, though, Dave, there's another G Singh. There's a Gowinder Singh. That was what I was concerned about. I knew Gurpreet was in first, but I wasn't sure if it was Gagaprit or Gowinder Singh who came in as the first drop. That's what I was a bit sort of dubious about. But appreciate your comment, as always. Dawood Muhammad needs to do something here. Ooh, that's a much better delivery. Gets the batsman tickling outside off. Tantalising. So Miranda Dragons really up against it. It's 70 for 1. Still haven't hit the halfway mark of the innings. And that's been carved for 6. Square drive. Bang, hit the concrete on the fall and bounced straight back into the stadium. The ball girl out there and shot didn't have to move a muscle. It all just came straight back in. But that is a cracking shot with authority. Ahmed Shafat, look at that, 34 of 14, marching along. Werewolves having it really all their own way at the moment. Miranda Dragons searching for a breakthrough, probably searching for 2 or 3 breakthroughs now to really try to apply some sort of breaks here. They need to do something. Let's see. Well, that's much, much better. Bit of extra bounce, gets the edge, keeper takes it, easy as you like, almost regulation. You'd almost sort of think, well, where was that before? Have a look at this again. Good delivery. Yep, right in the right spot. Had the batsman sort of half defending, half thinking about a shot, and all he gets is a tickle through to the keeper. Miranda Dragons get their second. Werewolves now 76 for 2 after 5, halfway through their innings. On target for a score in the 140s, 150s if they can keep the momentum. We shall see. We shall see. So, new batsman is Rajbir Singh. He joins Gaganpreet Singh. And Ishwar Kanal, who took a wicket in his first over. He's going to come back and bowl his second right now. Yeah. Dawood Muhammad. That was a cracking delivery in the last ball of the previous over. Really good delivery. Very impressive. Need more of that than Miranda Dragons. So, what can Ishwar Kanal do? 2 fairly newish batsmen at the crease now. They got to start again, the Werewolves. Oh, goes the reverse. Doesn't connect. Comes off the pad. They're going to run a quick single. A shy at the keeper's end. Probably been better off having a shy at the non-striker's end. There was a backup there. And they scamper through for just the one. Just the one off the leg. Very optimistic shout for a caught at the that deep slip fielder there. They all felt that maybe it came off something. Ishwar Kanal doing a good job here so far. Again. Now a little bit quicker. Not much flight in that one. Really sort of pushed it through very quickly. Unfortunately for the new batsman, Rajbir Singh, he didn't get anything on it. Whether that's good or not, Who knows? In again. Oh yeah, Rajbi really having a bit of trouble here with this delivery. Hit that into his foot. Gives a bit of a shake. That's going to smart for a few minutes. I think he's all right though. Good dot balls. Applying a bit of pressure here. 77 for 2 in the 6th. And that's gone down leg side. He's undone a bit of good work there, has Karnal. And he's pushed down leg side for a wide, unfortunately. Still 2 more balls to come in this over. 78 for 2 is the score. Werewolves sitting pretty at the moment. Miranda Dragons with 2 wickets back in the shed, but they needed a bit better than that. Oh, that's being given. He did get an edge, and the keeper has done a double opportunity to catch that. Well done. Have a look at this one again. There's the nick out of the glove. And the dive one-handed. Oh, come on. That's a moment. That's a lovely play of the week. Put that in the good room. That's a fantastic catch. I've got to make a note of that one. Well done. Good catch by the keeper, Naveed Khan. And the 3rd wicket is down. Werewolves now 78 for 3 at the back end of the 6th. Good catch. You could argue that maybe the keeper should have had it first go, but it's not easy keeping there under the lid that close to the stumps. Your reaction time has to be super, super quick, but his recovery to take that was exceptional. Very good. Well done. Very well done. So, Miranda Dragons got their backs up a little bit now. 1 more ball to come this over. Ishwar Kanal's got 2. And that's straight as you like. 1 bounce over the rope. That is 4. As straight as you like. The 2 fields and they had no chance of cutting that off. And with that boundary, the score will go to 82 for 3 after 6. It certainly was a 4. And okay, Dave, here we go. So have a look there. There's the Gowinder Singh, who you told me is listed to come at number 10. He's not. He's coming now at number 5. So we've got G Singh, and another G Singh. So it's all G Singh here at the moment. We've got Gaganpreet Singh, we've got Gowinder Singh, and unfortunately Gurpreet Singh has already had his moment and he's already been dismissed. So that's what we're looking at. New bowler coming in. It's been punched towards the deep mid-wicket. Not quite cow corner, but deep mid-wicket. And this is Ahsan Ghassan, who is bowling. Big number 13 on his back. Whew, swish. He goes, swish. So it's an interesting point of the game here. 83 for 3, 6.2 gone. And that is going to clear the rope. No problem at all. 6 runs straight. Falak there running around from his usual long on position. No chance of getting that one. That was hit with authority. Cleared the boundary rope by probably 4 or 5 metres. Great hit. That is, I think it's Gowinder Singh who gave that a bit of a smush. That's short, set up. Unfortunately, the batsman couldn't find the timing to put it away. Fielder runs in very quickly off the boundary rope and gets that in quick. Good fielding. Very good fielding. Puts Gaganpreet Singh onto strike. Gowinder Singh wearing the number 25 on his back at the non-striker's end, and Gaganpreet Singh wearing the number 7 on the striker's end. Oh, a little bit short. If he'd stepped into that, he could have connected and absolutely clobbered that over the covers. That's what he was looking to do. Just needed just a half a step outside the into the line of the ball. Outside he's off, and he could have put that anywhere he liked. Missed opportunity there. 90 for 3, coming to the end of the 7th. That's what he might have been looking to do before. Doesn't quite get all of that. Just gets low down on the bat and they'll take a single to long off. And that will finish the 7th. 91 for 3 in the 7th. And I've got to say, the Miranda Dragons, with those 3 wickets in the last few overs, have brought the things back a little bit. I love Dave's comment. Phil, as long as they are not geesing. Yes, of course. Well said, sir. Tip my hat to you on that one. Good stuff. Mr. Kitty Trip Denny's back in the chat. Lovely to see you. In fact, happy to see everyone in the chat, whether you got a blue spanner or not. Thank you for joining us. Hope you can enjoy the cricket here. It's an interesting game, this one. 91 for 3. I kind of feel that the Miranda Dragons have pulled this back a little bit, and that's going to boost their confidence to no end. And the Werewolves, they were going along quite nicely at around sort of 15 and over, maybe a bit more than that. So things have come back a little bit, just a little bit. Let's come down towards me. There could be a chance for... Oh, but he's... Oh, no. Well, that's going to be disappointing, that's for sure. Tanvir Ahmed just in front of me here. He's almost managed to sort of come in for the catch. He's held back and stopped it, but it had some very strange spin on the ball and just hit the boundary rope for 4. Dawood Mohammed. Oh, you heard the edge. Kind of like a half shot at the stumps, but there was no one there at the stumps to take the ball, and the keeper even had to sort of like stand in front. There's a few words between them. You know, this is how we probably could have done it. This is what we might have, should have done. Might have, should have, could have, would have, but we didn't. So 96 for 3. Dawood Mohammed. He's got 1 for 19. He's bowled pretty well. A little bit of an unsuccess there with that catch not being taken down here at long off. Dot ball. Bowls with a good bit of pace. Comes onto bowl in the middle of the innings in the T10. And he's very handy with the bat as well, which you'll see maybe a bit later. 96 for 3, halfway through the 8th. Gowinder Singh facing. Oh, gives it a swing at a wide delivery, but that is indeed a wide. And the bowler penalised for that. So yes, we have Gowinder Singh facing. He's on 11 from his 5 deliveries faced. And at the non-striker's end, we have Gaganpreet Singh wearing the number 7 on his back. He's doing all right. He's got 14 from 9. And we've already seen Gurpreet Singh. So there's 3 G Singhs in the team, in the Werewolves. And that is out of here. Clears the boundary line by a couple of metres. Not a lot of noise, not a lot of celebration there, but that cleared very easily. 2 fielders there just watch the ball go between them and over the rope. Brings up the 100, 103 for 3 here in the 8th. And the Werewolves looking to capitalise now and really march on and push this into the 130s, maybe even more. If these 2 fire up, which they looks like they're starting to do, could be a long old run chase here for the Miranda Dragons. Now, he hasn't quite middled that, but he's got enough of it for it to go for 4 through the extra cover region. Good shot. Cut it just in front of, well in front of point, and it goes for 4 runs. So the boundary's starting to come now. These 2 batsmen must be seeing the ball quite well. The floodlights are on, taking full effect here. It's still a fair few clouds around, but they're mainly around the stadium. I think directly above us, it's not too bad. If it was, it'd probably be raining. How's that for logic? Dawood in again. I say that with a grin. Oh, he's pushed that down leg side. That's a wide, leg side wide. Well, batsmen are thinking about a cheeky single. Would have been very dangerous, though. Although, you notice that even during that little moment there where they thought about a single, there was no fieldsman taking the stumps at the bowler's end or at the keeper's end. And that's just one of the fundamentals I think this team will have to capitalise on, have to work out for themselves. That's how the fielding should be done. For good fielding teams, they would have had someone there at the stumps to take the ball and potentially affect a run out. And he's been given. Long appeal. Umpire took a long, hard look at this. Let's us take a long, hard look at this. That's pretty straight, isn't it? What do you think? Cannoning into the off stump? Yeah, I think so too. So, Wicket falls at the end of the 8th over. 8 overs gone, 108 for 4 on the board. And, that's awesome. We've been joined by Vinny Sandu himself, Mr. Maximo. Says hello from The Hague. Thank you for joining us, Vinny, and thank you for the wave. Good to see you here. Hope you've had a great day up there in Netherlands, calling the T20I with Corey, and a good win to the Netherlands as well, I see. Thanks for dropping by. Lovely to see you as always. And a big thank you to you for dragging me off the interchange bench and putting me here in Miranda do Covo. This is a beautiful part of the world, and I'm loving it. Gassan. Ooh. Swing and a miss. Bit of extra bounce there. Bit of extra bounce. 108 for 4. Werewolves going on quite nicely. A score of around the 130s is definitely on. Expect them to get there. Bowler in again. Well, that's just gone up in the air, but it's really net in no man's land. The two fielders are right back on the boundary. There's no one in on the leg side, inside the circle, in front of the wicket. And ditto for the offside as well. They're all back on the boundary. There's the people inside the circle, they're all behind the wicket, expecting something to come off an edge. The fine leg is up. There's a slip. There's point, and there's a third man. And that's been hit out to the extra cover boundary. Fielder comes in, and just a single. So I've neglected to mention that the new batsman in was Amrit Singh Jr. And the reason for that is there is a Amrit Singh regular in the side. So that's how they distinguish themselves. I don't know if they're related. I think it's just how they distinguish themselves. Well, that's almost been hit back. That's mishit, and it's almost gone into the outstretched hand of the bowler. If the umpire had still been standing there, he would have caught it. Looks like he's just flicked his fingertips. Yeah, he's looking at his fingers ruefully, thinking what could have been. Didn't quite get it, though. And that was Gaganpreet Singh having a bit of a wild swish at that. Head was sort of going everywhere, and that's probably why he missed it. But it was there to be hit for sure. So the score is meandering now. This over has been a funny one because I thought they were going to be pushing the 130s. It looks like now we're going to settle maybe in around the 120s. There's still a bit of work to do. The Werewolves 111 for 4 here at the back end of the 9th. One more ball to come. Singh Jr. facing. Well, the bowler tried to punch that down into the ground. It got up a little bit, and it's been hooked around the corner just for a single. Fielder very quickly from deep backward square gets around to keep it to 1. And that ends the over. 9 overs gone, 112 for 4 on the board. And there's a few hugs. Wicketkeeper hugging his bowler. That's positive. That's positive energy at the ground. Like that a lot. So, Arsan Memon. That's interesting. I think he's changed his name from Arsan Garsan to Arsan Memon. So he's bowled very well, very economical, very miserly with the runs at a very critical time as well for the Miranda Dragons. And maybe that's why his wicketkeeper gave him a bit of a hug and a bit of a pat on the backside. Well done, sir. Very good. So, 112 for 4, 1 over to come. It's going to be up to Ravinder Golan to try to keep this score below the 120 mark, I'd say. Starts with the dot. Puts it past the eyeballs of the batsman, or maybe past the chest of the batsman. And that is Amrit Singh Jr. at the striker's end. I'd suspect that Gaganpreet Singh at the non-striker's end would love to get down there and try to finish off the innings in style. Has been punched down the ground. Fielder from long off runs in, keeps it to just 1. Like I said, I think Gaganpreet Singh was all about get me up that end for the last few deliveries and let me see if I can turn on some of the fireworks that we want to see. Score is 113 for 4. 4 balls to come in this innings. The Werewolves at one stage were looking around 135. I think Miranda Dragons getting those wickets in the second half of the innings have done well. And there's another wicket. Reward for some good positive bowling, some good positive energy amongst the Miranda Dragons in the second half of this innings. And good for them. Werewolves lose their 5th. 130 for 5. Still 3 balls to come. So that'll give the Dragons hopefully a little bit of wind in their sails for the next 3 balls when they head off and have a drink, have a break, and come out here to try to chase a score, which will probably be around about the 120 mark. Should be an interesting run chase. If they get going, who knows? They'll be desperate for a win, get off the bottom of that ladder with a score. Don't want to let the other Werewolves get another win, and then they'd end up being 2 games away from trying to climb off the bottom of the table. Always come perilously close to giving away and getting another wicket now. This is Mohammad Farooq. This is interesting. So it's Mohammad Farooq who's batting, Ravinder Golan who's bowling. And if you were watching match number 9 previously, you may remember to Mohammad Farooq's second over where the bowler, Ravinder, hit him for 4 sixes. So, yeah. I was thinking, I wonder if there's been any sort of like little glances towards each other like, oh, I remember you. Oh, yeah. 4 sixes, hey? I mean, 4 sixes are pretty good. Unless you're playing poker, of course. I mean, 4 sixes are still good in poker, aren't they? But 4 sixes in cricket is also exceptionally good. 114 for 5. I'm talking gibberish now. 1 ball to come. And it's a dot ball. Or is it? Batsman was going to try a run for a very strange bye there. Probably no point, really. Bowler takes his hat back. Umpire asks for the cricket ball. And that will be the end of the innings of the Werewolves. They probably don't end up where they thought they're going to end up. I feel they're about sort of 15, 18 runs shy of where we thought they were going to be, which is around the 130 mark. And that's it. So the Miranda Dragons, they pick up 5 wickets from the Werewolves and really slowed the run rate down. The second half of that innings was very good. I think the Werewolves around 70-something at about the 5 over mark, high 70s. So good work by the Miranda Dragons in the last 4 or 5 overs to pull that back. Good work indeed. The Werewolves, though, they started very, very strong. Opening partnership took them into the 40s, I think. And after that, a couple of wickets fell. But it was some very good scoring, big hits. Dave in the chat reminded me that dragons don't have sails, they have wings. Well, of course they do. But they act like sails, don't they? Anyway, yeah, a precious wicket from Golan there. John Gray in the chat just reacting to that wicket from Golan. Very good work by both teams. Fits and starts, pendulum swinging. But the score is on the board, and the Miranda Dragons have got a bit of a chase in front of them when we get back here in about 10 minutes, 10, 12 minutes at the lovely Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Covo in the town of Miranda do Covo. Lovely place in central Portugal. This is the European Cricket Series at night. I'm Phil G, also known as Phil Gowers. Phil Gowers, also known as Phil G. There we go. There's the scoreboard. Thank you, scorers. 114 for 5 after 10. 12 extras, 10 wides in that. But good scoring at the top there. Ahmed Shafat, 34, leading the way. Gurpreet Singh amongst the rungs, 27. Gaganpreet Singh with a 16. And Gowinder Singh with 21. And the not-out batsman putting together a little bit of partnership towards the end there. The bowlers... Well, unfortunately for skipper Falak Zeb, he was a bit expensive, went at 35 for his 2. Couple of wickets apiece to Ishwar Kanal, I thought bowled really well. Dawud Muhammad got taken for a few runs, but picked up a couple of wickets as well. It was all pretty good. Pretty good bowling by Miranda Dragons. In the second half there, I felt the first half they'd lost their way a bit. And there's the mid-match summary. As you can see, the batsmen I've just called out. We had 2 G Singhs there, Gurpreet Singh, Gowinder Singh and Gaganpreet Singh. Gave us something to talk about, didn't it? But the important thing is they've got the runs on the board and they've set the Miranda Dragons 115 off their allotted 10 overs. Let's see if they can take the chocolates. It's going to be a tall order. But who knows? This is T10 cricket. The pendulum always swings this way and that way, and that's why we love it. And that's why we enjoy your company here as well on European Cricket Network. This is the European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal. And I'm going to take a quick break, grab myself another cuppa, because it's getting a bit cool in around here. And I'll see you back here in about 6 or 7 minutes for the resumption. Until then, don't go too far. See you in a moment.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And we're back for the run chase, back to see if the Miranda Dragons have got it in them to chase down 115 off 10 overs. We've just seen the Werewolves CC team take 114 runs, lost 5 wickets in their 10 overs, posted a pretty competitive total, maybe left it a few runs shy. There was a very good over at the end, full of dot balls that stifled that push into the 120s. But the score is on the board. The Werewolves going to be defending hard, trying to make sure they pick up another couple of points here. Kashi Ram, as always, opening bowl, gets a very good outswing here. Bowling to Dawood Mohammed. Starts with a wide. Once again, I'm going to put it out there and just say we should start counting how many times we call that with the opening bowler starting with a wide. But that's okay. The run chase starts in earnest with a wide delivery. It's early days yet. Opening batsman for the Miranda Dragons. We've got Dawood Mohammed who's facing. And at the other end, it is Stephen Waddell for the Miranda Dragons. Kashi in again. Oh, it's a beamer. It's been picked up, though, and it is out of here. It's a no ball. It's 6. No ball and 6. Thank you, umpire. Umpire Books gives us the details. Massive hit. Good start. Good start for the Dragons. And there's the signal for the free hit coming. Let's see if they can capitalise here. This would be a fantastic start if this one can get to the boundary for the Dragons. Werewolves defending 114 runs. Bit of pace on that dot ball. Darwood almost shrugged his shoulders and thought, please give that a wide. No. Perfect illegal delivery. Good comeback by the bowler. Very good comeback. So 107 needed from 59 deliveries at 10.88 runs per over. Bit of work to do here for the Dragons. Oh, he's got some really good pace, hasn't he, Kashi Ram? Very good pace here. Have a look at this one. And that away swing tickles the wide line, but didn't tickle it enough for the umpire's liking to give that a wide. Pretty much swung away after it went past the batter. And he's got a streaky edge on that, and the catch has been taken. It's a good delivery. It gets him chasing it. Batsman doesn't want to go. And now he has to go. Look at this. He couldn't have picked the fielder out any better. He probably could have actually, but the fieldsman took a couple of steps to his left, and he has taken the catch there at third man. Good field positioning behind the stumps there. They've got a bit of protection behind the stumps for just such an edge. And if you're bowling with that pace and that kind of outswing, why would you put someone there? Of course you would. That's just clever. Sort of shows a bit of a gap between the two teams in terms of their fielding. Saw a few times the Miranda Dragons sort of not really sort of putting one and one together when they were doing their fielding. A couple of run-out opportunities where there was no one at the stumps. Just these small little things, but this is a good side, Miranda Dragons. They've just started afresh. This is only their 4th game as a team, so we're not going to be too harsh on them. They've still got a lot of learning to do. The Werewolves, though, showing a bit more experience there. So, Kashi Ram, he's changed to around the wicket. He put some proper pace on that. Seriously, that was an extra dose of hot sauce on that ball. That was a cracking good delivery. Fast, past the batsman. Batsman swings. It was already in the wicket-keeper's gloves. So, first wicket down in the first over. 8 for 1. Kashi Ram really giving it a bit of hot sauce here. Here we go again. Oh, good cheers around the ground. Everybody's up and about. It is Ravinder Golan who's out there with the bat, comes in at first drop. He impressed us in the previous game, got 39 runs off 27 deliveries, including 4 sixes in 1 over. So he slowed up for a little bit at the start of his innings. Took a while to get going, but then when he did, he really opened the shoulders. They'd love to get him out, wouldn't they, the Werewolves? Oh, and that's gone past everyone. Is that going to run away? It's just going to get picked up inside the rope. Doesn't actually even make it. 3 fielders converge and get the ball back. And in the end, it only took one by, I believe. And that is the end of the over. 9 for 1 in the first in this run chase. So they do have 1 wicket back. They've got the Werewolves have picked up the wicket of Dawood Mohammed. He's back in the sheds. Ravinder Golan, who was the star in the previous match with the bat for the Miranda Dragons, he's only just recently joined. Steve Waddell. Steve Waddell is still back at the non-strikers end, yet to face a delivery. I'm sure he'll get his chance very soon, though. The Werewolves' next bowler comes on. It's Gaganpreet Singh, who batted quite well in the previous innings for the Werewolves. Helped them along to that total of 114. He comes in now. Well, gets a bit of a charge, but that ball just pushes way across. He was nowhere near the ball then. Nowhere near. Need to be careful. If there's going to be a bit of outswing you're going to charge, yeah, might want to time your charging. Or at least maybe step into the line. We'll see. We'll see. Bowler in again. Yeah, but that is wide. That is properly wide. Umpire just asking Gaganpreet, on your follow through, if you could move a bit more to the right, allow me to see down the middle of the pitch. Otherwise, I can't give an LB if you appeal. Always polite here. The umpire's doing a great job, and that has gone wide again. Yeah, that was wider than the previous one. So Gaganpreet losing his way a little bit here. It's 11 for 1, still in the second over. Only 1 legal delivery has been bowled. So let's see what happens here. Do we get a hat-trick of wides? We do not. It's come off a leading edge. Oh, hands on heads of the people on the outfield. Goes through a couple of fielders. Ball is rifled in pretty quickly. Good work there. Backward a point. Make sure it just kept to 1 run. And finally, Stephen Waddell gets his chance to face his first delivery. John Gray, very sharp there in the chat. I also hope that Waddell doesn't get a duck, and we know exactly why you're saying that, because I may have to change my pronunciation of his surname. Here it comes. Oh, he's chased it without moving the feet. Then he practices the shot and moves the feet. Come on, Stephen. You can do better than that. It's amazing how many batsmen just get caught on the crease in that one spot and flay outside the off stump, and then they wonder why they lose their wicket. Bowler in again. And that's a way down leg. It's a bit of ball watching from Stephen. He was watching it run away and not aware that Ravinder was trying to call him through for a bye. He waves an apology. Yeah, he was guilty of ball watching then. No chance to get a bye then. They need that scoreboard to tick, the Miranda Dragons, if they're going to be in with a shout here. Any opportunity to get a run. Doesn't matter. Just go for it. You've got to take these runs. Well, how has he missed that? Oh, then he tries to run by on the one that he shouldn't run for. Come on, Stephen. Ravinder Golan at the other end, just issuing a few orders. I said this in the previous match where Ravinder scored a very good 39, that he really took over almost the captaincy of the middle there for the batsmen, just telling what they should do, what they need to do to help him try to get the runs as well. You know, let's do the quick singles, get me on strike. I'm hitting the ball hard. You're not, so let's take care of that. Let's make it work for us, work for the team. So they're led by example, and good for him as well. 13 for 1. End of the second coming up. Oh, it's edgy. It's going to go just wide of the man at third man. They'll just take the single. Just happy with that. And Waddell will keep the strike. The important thing is, for John Gray, that he got off his duck. So there's the standings there in Group A. You can see there the Miranda Dragons languishing at the bottom on 3 points. Werewolves just above them on 4. Whoever gets the points here, if there's a bonus point to be picked up, well, that's going to change pretty quickly. There's a possibility the Werewolves could even push themselves up with a big win here into 3rd place, just to shake things up in the competition. And of course the Miranda Dragons, they would love to get that win just to be on an equal footing with the Werewolves, on an equal 4th possibly. We'll see. We'll know in about 30 minutes as to how that's going to go. Oh, the puns are coming thick and fast in the chat. Jules jumping in there as well. That's a good bit of pace again from Kashiram. I tell you what, if he's bowling that fast, maybe he just wants to bowl it straight. He'll hit the timber and he'll spread the stumps all over the place. Those bales will be halfway to the moon when he hits it. Steve Waddell, he's using a few dot balls up. He's only on 1. It's a bit slow going for the Miranda Dragons. They're struggling. It's a good bowling attack here from the Werewolves. Very good. He's clipped that out. It's gone straight to the fielder, who's just took his overs off at the last minute, but it went straight to him like a dart. And they just take a quick single. Brings Golan on strike. So Kashiram still got several balls going this over. There's only 2 legal deliveries have been bowled, and he's bowling with great fire. You can see that in the feed here. How under lights he's looking very dangerous indeed. Bowling now to the dangerous Golan. Oh, tell you what, yeah. This is what I said before. If he bowls it straight, he's going to hit the pegs, and the pegs are going to go flying. Didn't miss by much, did it? Boy, that did not miss by much at all. And poor old Golan was going away to the leg side with his momentum, thinking, I'm going to put this into the cow corner. Well, probably try and play a bit straighter, I think. Let's see how he goes on this one. That's been punched towards mid-off. Fumbled by the fieldsman. Or if he'd hit the stumps, Waddell was gone. Gone for all money. Worthwhile having to ping. The bowler has unfortunately worn it just on the inside of his thigh, trying to stop that one. Have a look. Look at that. He's over halfway down the wicket by the time he turns around. Cashy in again. And that is a bit of a shocking wide. He's holding his back a little bit there. Maybe strained a little bit too much, trying to get more pace out of that one. Yeah, he's sort of just gingerly stretching his back muscles there. Hope he's all right. Hope he didn't strain anything. We'll see with the next delivery whether he slows down a little bit or he still puts a little bit of extra hot sauce on this delivery. Still goes for it. And Golan, unfortunately, just nothing but air. So we hope you're enjoying the European Cricket Series at night here from Miranda de Kovo. This is the main stadium in the city. It's an ex-football stadium. Very good drainage. It's been installed here many years ago and still works fantastic. The ground's looking an absolute picture under lights. That's another dot ball. Ravinder Golan just struggling to find his way here. Struggling to get Willow on leather. That's exceptionally good bowling from Kashiran. Very, very good. Look at those runs drying up. Started with 9, went to 5, and then that was a 2-run over. Very good bowling. Very good pace bowling. Batsmen just not sure how to play him. They don't know if they get an edge. It's lucky. It's streaky. They're just not sure how to play that sort of pace. So the power play's done. 3 overs gone. 16 for 1 on the board. Chasing 115 for a win. And if they can get up to 80, they pick themselves up at least 1 point. So 99 runs needed of 42 to win. At 14 and over. That run rate is starting to get pretty steep. That's quite wide from Gaganpreet Singh. And we'll see if Steve Waddell can launch into him and start making some inroads into this total they're chasing down. That was a bit quicker, that one. And Waddell not quite up to the mark to hit that one. Trip Denny in the chat. We love it, Phil G. Yes, you do. And that's why you're here. And we love the fact that you're here as well. Connects on that one. Straight drive to the fielder. Scamper through for a single, though. Fielder gets up. Just has a bit of a look at his fingertips. Tell you what, if your fingers are a bit cold, as we all know, I'm sure most of the people here in the chat have played cricket, and people watching have played cricket. You know what it feels like to get a very hot, fast-moving cricket ball on the end of some cold fingertips. You tend to feel that for quite a while. Golan now. Oh, I had him in all sorts of trouble, didn't he? What a strange moment that was. Have a look at this again. Really tucked him up. Ravinder... It's outside leg, moves across him, and he did not know where that was going. And that's gone up in the air, though. This is going to be caught. Bats feels them running in. They all want it. But it doesn't matter that they all want it. And the very dangerous Ravinder Golan has been removed. The Werewolves feel very good about that. Good catch taken. Under pressure from his own fieldsman. Look at this. Running slightly back. Another one running in. Ahmed Shafat, who batted incredibly well, takes the good catch under pressure from his own fielders. And Ravinder Golan, very, very good batsman, but unfortunately hasn't done much here in game number 10 tonight. And he's on his way. Brings out Falak Zeb, the skipper. What can Falak do? He hasn't really turned on much power with the bat since the Miranda Dragons have been playing. Just guides that away, shy at the stumps. Ball goes all the way to deep square boundary, but there's no overthrow. Yeah, Falak Zeb, he's come in a few times now, and he hasn't really set the world on fire. He's hit like 1-6 in the previous match, and then was out the next delivery. They played a couple of games on Thursday night against Punjab CC Amadoro, and he didn't really bother the scorers at all. That's a cross-bat shot from Steve Waddell. It's running out to... Oh, it's just confused the fieldsman at the last minute there. But he's got the ball back super quick. Is that a chance for a run out? How has the fielder done that? He almost ran past the ball, and picked it up, and felt like it was like a blind throw. That's Abhishek out there. And they wanted to have a look and see if that was possible of a run out. Steve Waddell, is he in trouble? I don't think he is. Have a look again. Collected by the bowler. And I think the bat was down. What do you think, chat? How'd that look to you from there? We didn't have side on for the non-strikers then, unfortunately, but it looked to me like the bat was down. One more time. Bowler collects. No, juggles. He's got it now. Stump's broken. I think the bat was down. It was pretty sure it's over the line. And the verdict is out. Well, apologies, folks. I thought that the stumps were broken after he put the bat down. More important people than me have decided otherwise, and that's what counts. Steve Waddell is gone. He's out for 3. Run out at the non-striker's end. Backing up a little bit too far for another run. Exceptionally good work on the boundary line to get that ball in as fast as they did. Really, really good work. Yeah, the chat's calling it as well. Chris Ward, yep, out. Fair enough. Should have gone to Specsavers, Phil. So, Miranda Dragons lose their 3rd wicket here in the 4th. 19 for 3. One more ball to come in this over. This is Gowinder Singh. And the new batsman. Try to see the number on the back, see who that is. I think it might be, is it Ishwar Kanal? Werewolves sniffing a victory here, I think. Just making sure they got all the right number of people inside and outside the circle. Good work there from Gowinder. There's an appeal while he fields the ball from the bowler. Umpire says, nope, just a leg by. It is indeed Ishwar Kanal, who was the new batsman in. Okay, Gowinder coming in again. Good ball. Nice and full. Miranda Dragons in all sorts here. 3 wickets down. We're in the 5th. There's plenty of runs needed, but those balls are starting to really drop off now. In fact, we've gone to the stats and the numbers for a point here. 59 needed off 34 for a point, just to bring a point. I think that wind is starting to get quite a fair way from them now. That's quite full. A little bit of confusion there. Not going to dare take another bye. Yeah, the Werewolves just looking a bit more classy at this point in time. The Miranda Dragons, the batting is a little bit stifled. They're not too sure what to do. Maybe it's being under lights. I'm not sure. But Falak Zeb, he's still out there. He needs to step up here as skipper. Start working this, working the scoreboard. Get those singles. It's just good bowling though, isn't it? That's what we're seeing here. Govinda Singh is really turning it on here right now. And again. They're asking the question. Let's have a look again. Well, I think it was pretty much only the bowler asking the question. A few of the outfielders joined in. There you go. Last ball of the over coming out. Last ball of the fifth. Swing and a miss. Balak Zeb fails to make contact. And that is now halfway through the innings. 21 for 3 after 5. The Miranda Dragons looking in all sorts of trouble now. 59 needed off 30 to get a point. And obviously plenty more needed off 30 deliveries to get the win. I think the win is not looking great on current form. Unless someone comes in and just as an absolute Tasmanian devil whirlwind and tears this bowling attack apart. But I can't see who's going to do that. If they prove me wrong, I've got no problem with that. 21 for 3. So, halfway there. What do you think, chat? Are they a chance for the bonus point, or is that asking too much? Gurpreet Singh about to charge in. Got a little bit too ahead of himself there. Umpire wasn't quite ready. Ishwar Kanal wasn't quite ready. But now we are ready. That's down leg side. Couldn't get anything on that. Was there for the hitting, though, that's for sure. So the Miranda Dragons will hopefully take something away from this game before it's before they have their next match. That's just played just on the offside. Quick little shy from the keeper. Tumble and roll from Zeb to make sure he's over the line. Yeah, let's hope the Miranda Dragons take something away from this before their next game. Bit of a chance to them to just have a bit of a rethink about things and reset for their next matches. For the Werewolves, they're doing pretty well. They're still defending nicely. And Zeb just can't find the bat. I mean, it was a wide delivery. He just can't... Well, he could find the bat, but he can't find the bat on the ball. That's what he can't find. Yeah. You can see that, and yeah, I agree with the chat. There's a few people saying it as well. Yeah, the head's all over the place. It's sort of like a rush job. And that's gone up in the air, but that will go for 4. So there you go. There's a boundary. The skipper gets a bit lucky there with a thick edge that goes pretty much well. Goes over the infield and a couple of bounces over the boundary line for 4. Keeps the scoreboard ticking, and they need a lot more of that. They need a lot more of that scoreboard ticking if they're going to score this this bonus point, and that's what they should be aiming for. There should be talk coming from the dugout about what you need to do. You need to get a lot of runs off a few deliveries. Let's go. Let's get this bonus point. Let's bat sensibly. Almost reset and let's bat sensibly. We're halfway through the 6th. There's only 27 balls left in the match, so they need to think about what they want to get out of this. Gurpreet in. Okay, it's got past the keeper. Ishwar calls his captain through for 1. They're thinking about a second. No, they're not. Zeb was had his back to had his back completely to Ishwar. Wasn't interested whatsoever with that. I love that the Spaniards in the chat having a bit of fun with a few puns there. Always good. I join in, but I need to keep my job. The leg side wide. And the keeper's been a bit unsighted there and missed that one as well. I'll scamper through for an extra there as well. That'll bring the score up to 31. 31 for 3. 5.4 overs gone. Still 2 balls to go in this over. Gurpreet Singh. That's been clipped on the onside, just backward a square. It's just a single there. Yeah, I think the Miranda Dragons maybe just need to have a bit of a look at themselves and sort of get back to some basics. I know it's a very cliche thing to say, but just the simple things like the big swings that they're doing, these dot balls, it's just carnage to your your run chase. If that's all you're doing, you're only connecting with 1 out of every 5 you swing at. So they really need someone to come in and have a talk to the batsman and try to figure out, well, what can you do to keep the scoreboard ticking over? I mean, that's going to help. That's been sliced over the top of the field. It's going to bounce away for 4 runs. Good shot from Ishwar Kanal. Picks up a boundary for his trouble. Good hit. And that will end the 6th. But yeah, just some of these little basics. I know this team's not been together very long. Have a look at that scoreboard. It's a lot of single digits. Extras leading the way. 10 wide so far after 6 overs, but the extras on 13, and the rest of the score is still struggling to get into double digits. It's not a good sign for the Miranda Dragons, but as I said, they'll learn from this. Every team learns from every game they play, and it's better for them. They'll get bigger and better. That's a good hit down the ground. It's just called probably by a metre and a half. It's cleared the rope for 6 runs. So, Falak Zeb has found the boundary line. As I see Terry Richmond joins us in the chat. Good evening, Terry. Thanks for joining us. Good to see you. And you've given Falak Zeb a little bit of good luck here as he clears the boundary line. Now, in the last game, he hit 6 and then he went out. Let's see if he can do a bit better than that today. Fingers crossed for him. And he's the first batsman in his team to get into double digits. So he's doing really well, comparatively speaking. Oh, cross-bat shot. Oh, there's trouble. There's all sorts of trouble. There's a run out. Unfortunately, Ishwar Kanal felt there was a single there, and he started off. And Falak Zeb was more interested in getting back to his ground. And Ishwar is run out with literally no contest. So, 4th wicket falls here at the start of the 7th. 38 still needed from 23 to get a bonus point. Yeah, Chris Award in the chat, they say new players keep still. If your head moves, it's curtains. Couldn't agree more. So Miranda Dragons now struggling. We're now into the middle order. Well and truly in the middle order. So Gowinder Singh comes in. Bowling to skipper, Falak Zeb, who's let a few dot balls go through tonight. I mean, he's not the only guilty party. I think a lot of the Miranda Dragons have done that. Just struggling a little bit. Need to get to those nets and really practice hard. That's all it is. Practice, practice. Time's over equals certainty, as my bold boss used to say. Tried to get funky there with a funny old ramp shot, and I succeeded in being hit on the leg. Nothing doing there. 42 for 4. 6.4 overs gone. Getting deep in the 7th over now. Not sure about that bonus point. 38 needed from 20 for a bonus point. Oof. It's getting further and further away as we talk. Not good. Zunair Khan is the new batsman at non-striker's end, by the way. And that's just being glanced. Going to have to run pretty hard here. Oh, his direct hit. I think that could be a diamond duck. Batsman is not even bothering to wait for the replay. He's already walking off. And that's such an unfortunate way to go, isn't it? Let's watch this again. He just starts to ground the bat as the stumps are hit. Well, Miranda Dragons lose another one to a run out that probably wasn't necessary. What can you say? Poor old Falak Zeb is a lone figure out there in the middle of the pitch waiting for his new batsman to come in and join him. 42 for 5. Still one ball to come in this, the 7th over. The target was 115. That looks like it's miles away now. It is Ahsan Memon is the new batsman to come out. He was the cricket player formerly known as Ahsan Ghassan. Now he's Ahsan Memon. Obviously making a little reference there to Prince. So he takes strike now. So one more to come in this over. Gowinder Singh. And he doesn't finish the over. Instead, he gives us a wide. He's been quite economical. Okay, it's been a couple of wides here. He's only gone for 7 runs off his 2 overs. But he's bowled with some really good, very, very good pace. And the Miranda Dragons just don't seem to have the firepower to take the Werewolves out. And that will be the over. 7 overs gone. 43 for 5. Miranda Dragons chasing 115 for a victory and chasing 80 runs for a point. They still need 37 to try to get that point. That's starting to look a long way as well. That's tough. That's really tough. The Werewolves all over the Miranda Dragons tonight in the previous game and seemingly in this one as well. Still a bit of chat out in the field. You can probably hear it coming through the effects mic. I think Werewolves are very happy after this. This could potentially move them up into third place. We'll have to see how it all goes with the net run rate and things like that. This is Mohamed Farouk now. Starts with a wide. At the risk of repeating myself, how many times have I said that? Starts with a wide. Yeah, Dave concurring with there about the run out before the Diamond Derrick. Yeah, he knew he was gone, didn't he? He just did the big turn to the left and kept going to the dugout. There's a bit of noise around the stadium. It's getting late in the day here. The sun's been gone for about an hour now. The lights are well and truly taking effect, and we're getting to the end of this match. That's a wide. How do you spell that old name? The old name I've got was Ahsan, A-H-S-A-N. Oh, it's hit on the pad, but clearly going down leg side. Umpire, nothing to do with that. Yeah, Trip Denny. How do you spell that old name, Phil G? It was Ahsan Ghassan. So it was A-H-S-A-N, and then his surname was Ghassan, G-A-H-S-A-N. That's what I've got on my players list. So he's obviously gone for his other surname, which is Memon. That's a legal delivery, and that's a dot ball. So Falak Zeb, he's been out there for a while. Been out there for 18 deliveries. He's only got 12. Needs to do a bit more than that. It's T10. And that's the end of that. Falak Zeb's evening comes to an end as he loses his middle stump, and he's on his way. So have a look at this. I miss, and you hit, says the batsman. And the bowler says, you miss, and I hit. Bosh. Bails everywhere, stumps everywhere. And that's the end of the skipper's night tonight. 45 for 6. Here, deep in the 8th over. That bonus point, it's not looking far away. It's so remote, it's ridiculous. I just don't think the Miranda Dragons are going to even scrape in for a point now. We're well and truly through the innings. It's a shame, but as I said, they'll take something away from this. It's all a learning curve when you start off in cricket in a new team. That's up in the air. There's every chance for a catch, and it's taken. Well taken. Easy catch. You still got to take him though. Ahmed Shafat, who started with the bat, took a catch. I think it's his second catch for the night in this game, and that will be the 7th wicket down. Batsmen exchange, I think they exchanged bats or gloves. I couldn't tell what they exchanged then. Hopefully not the bat, because surely that can't be good. And we've still got one more to come before the 8th over is complete. No worries, Mr. Kitty. It was funny, I saw your comment up saying, thanks, Phil. I actually saluted the chat without even saying something. I've got to remember, this is radio, not television. New batsman coming in now. This will be Tanveer Ahmed. He's going to take strike. There's 7 down. There's still... Yep, Mohamed Farouk on a hat-trick. Is this the hat-trick ball? Nope, it's a wide down leg. Well, all that build-up. I thought maybe I'll commentate my first hat-trick. We all know that Vinny had a near encounter with a hat-trick today. I was hoping I'd have a hat-trick as well, but... not to be. It's being clipped towards the point boundary. The fielder at point put his arm up to direct traffic to go and get it, and nobody was there to go and get it. So the fielder from third man had to run pretty hard to go and get it. That was interesting, a little bit of comedy in the field there. Have a look at that. Nicely clipped off the back. The fieldsman there, he's looking around to say, there goes the ball. There was nobody behind him except the ball girl. And it stopped inches from the rope. Even funnier. 48 for 7 after 8. And yes, 32 from 12 for a point. If they can do 16 runs and over, then the Miranda Dragons will indeed pick up a point. I think it's safe to say that the Werewolves will see this game home, no problem. In fact, they're so confident, they've asked Amritpal Singh Jr. to come on and have a bowl here in the 9th. Well, this will be good. Good is going to get a bowl. Left armour sends it out to the square leg boundary. Bit of a fumble, but rifles the return in quite quickly. Just to make sure it's just one. So yeah, it's the first time we've seen Amritpal bowl, and he's gonna change to around the wicket. He's a left armour. Let's see how he goes. Hit uppishly through the gap. Don't know if it's got the legs to run. Doesn't quite have the legs to run. Fielder can't find the ball. It's between his legs somewhere. And he gets it back pretty quick though. But he did take an extra couple of seconds to try to pick that up. There's grins all around, and I see the umpires indicating a short run there. You see him tapping his shoulder. Short run. That's unfortunate. Obviously the batsman didn't manage to clear his crease for that second. And that's a wide ball. And the 50 did come up with that shot before too, by the way. Miranda Dragons 50 for 7 in the 9th. Still need 30 off 10 to try to pick up 30 off 9, to pick up a point. That's still looking a long way away. And that is a very wide delivery. Keeper had really no chance to get that. He chases after it though and returns the throw to anybody. Nobody at the stumps at the wicketkeeper's end. And just a bye. So 50 for 7 now. A couple more balls to come in this over. 51 for 7. Now it's moved to 53 for 7. Every time I look at the score, it's changing. Calls of no. They've already had a couple of run-outs this evening. Don't want to see any more. A bit of confusion there. Stumps flying everywhere. Batsman calling yes, no. Bye's been run. And the umpire says, all right, everyone just cool it. Let's just get some order here before we continue. Now, Amritpal Singh Jr. to continue. And that's down leg side. That's another wide. Racking up the wides here. Obviously, they're keen to make the extras the highest scorer, the Werewolves. They're moments away from a good victory here over the Miranda Dragons, who unfortunately don't have a hope of getting the points. That's skied up in the air. It's going to land in no man's land because all the fielders are back on the boundary. One fielder goes to the ground, the other one picks up and pings. Nobody wants to take it because it was a hot potato. Backed up, though, by the man in the covers. Well, someone had to stop the ball then, didn't they? And the over continues. That's been just punched off an edge. Third man comes around, fires a return. I feel like this over's going on forever, but there has been a number of wide balls. All happens in the 9th, as they say, as we say. And that's been skied, and it's going to go almost into the hands of the fieldsman. He's almost picked it up over his shoulder. Has it bounced into the back of his head? Oh, I hope he's all right. Hope he's okay. They're getting over there and have a bit of look at him. What happened here? Oh no, he's worn that one. That's not come off the hands into the face. That's just gone directly into the head. I hope he's okay. Yep. Medics, get down there and look after that fieldsman, please. Wow. I hope he's all right. It was a tough one. He was running with his back to the ball, looking over his shoulder, and he's probably just lost sight of it at the last minute, and that's cannon into his head. I couldn't quite see whether it hit sort of the face of the forehead or up around the top part of his head. I hope he's all right. No one likes to see that. The score is 64 for 7. We're still one ball away from ending the 9th over. Umpire's just going off to have a word to officials. There's I can see somebody running around the top of the oval there. Looks like he's got the magic spray in his hands. Might need a bit more than that. And if he's properly injured, let's get the man off, get him looked at, and bring on the 12th man. Yeah, hope he's all right. As soon as I know, I'll let you know. That did look really quite painful. I mean, he recovered and got the ball back in really quick, but yeah, that still really hit him quite hard. And as we all know, we play cricket, we know these cricket balls, they're not soft. When they hit, oh, you feel it. I felt it from here. I'm about 150 metres away from him. I really felt that. Jules concurs. He felt that from here. And Jules, you're not even here at the ground. Yeah. Now the batsman and the other two players are actually going off the pitch over to see if he's okay. Yeah, I think this is going to be a little bit nasty. So recap, 64 for 7, 8.5. We've still got 7 balls to go in the game. If the Miranda Dragons get 16 runs off those 7 balls, then they pick up a point. The win is completely irrelevant now. There is no possible win for the Miranda Dragons. The Werewolves will win this game, barring an absolute ridiculous miracle. Just trying to keep my eye on the what's going on over there in the corner. Sort of up there at well, it's more than just backward of square leg, deep backward square leg. It's right up there on the boundary line of the top corner of the field, right near the light tower, where he's gone down to the ground. I really hope he's all right. Umpires are still up there, just keeping an eye on proceedings. They're sending the players back into their positions to try to finish the game off. Okay. Sorry, no news coming to me on the condition of the player. I'm still looking up there, got a bit of a glare of the towers in my eyes. But at least the players have come back. I suspect what may have happened is that maybe he's maybe subbed out hurt and they might have brought a 12th man on. That's what I suspect. But I really hope that's not a bad injury. I really hope he hasn't really done himself a mischief. But it didn't look good in the replay, and I think you all concur on the chat with me, that did look pretty bad. I'll let you know as soon as I know. I think we're going to get a restart here. Try and finish off this over. Amritpal Singh. Ask the question of LB. Not to do. Dot ball. And that will finish the 9th. And as you expect, the clock stopped after that. And we'll have one more over. And then the match will be concluded. So... yeah, I can see in the distance that fielder is still sort of down on his haunches. He's got a few people around him. Possibly, I can't tell from here, but maybe he might even cut himself open a little bit. It did look pretty bad. Fingers crossed okay. I couldn't actually even see who it was. Apologies for that. So, last over. Mohammed Farouk with the pill. He's going to see out the game for us. And he starts with the dot. So this game is slowly coming to its inevitable conclusion. The Miranda Dragons need 16 off 5 for a point. That's looking a little bit difficult. That's another dot ball that hits the batsman in the lower midriff. Not low enough to be excruciatingly uncomfortable, but just in the midriff. Mohammed Farouk doesn't have a lot of pace to his bowling. Probably lucky, like it wasn't Kashi Ram. Comes in a few steps. Another swing and a miss. So Ahsan Memon is struggling to find the ball with the bat. That's 3 dot balls. So Mohammed Farouk has come back really well in this game. He's got 2 for 5. He went for 40-something runs in the previous one. Well, he's just been taken to another wicket. Good catch in the outfield. Mohammed Farouk gets his 3rd. Very happy down there in the outfield. He actually raised the ball, looked in my direction. I gave him a bit of a thumbs up. Very good take. That's Rohit Haratwal. Good catch. High fives all round. Very good stuff. So Mohammad Farouk picks up another wicket. Good catch in the outfield running in. I thought maybe the batsman had enough of that, but he did not have enough at all, and it's been caught well. Fielder coming in and takes the catch. So that's another wicket down for the Miranda Dragons, and they slump even further. Now I can see over on the side of the field. I can see the other player who got hit in the head by the ball on the boundary line. He's walking around with a few officials. He's walking his own recognizance, so that's a good sign. He is holding a towel to his head, so maybe it's a nasty bump or a scratch he's got there. I call it a scratch. I am playing it down a little bit. I'm sure he got hit quite hard. That ball came down from a bit of a height. Back to the action. 65 for 7. Couple of balls left in this. Sorry, 65 for 8. Thank you. Score just ticked over. Yeah, sorry, Dave. I can't quite see who the player was out there. And, Miranda Dragons finishing with a bit of a flurry. And that is the ball game, and they finish with a 6. Over the fence, but that's a convincing win by the Werewolves, and that is the ball game. So, with a little bit of drama there in the 9th over with that fielder who was running back and unfortunately taking the white cricket ball to the head as he ran back. It was a very awkward moment. I hope he's okay. I can see he's in the clubhouse now. I can't see who it is, unfortunately. I'm sorry I can't report who it is. He's in the clubhouse. He's in the hands of a few of the officials here. And I'm sure he's getting some treatment right now as we speak. But that is the ball game. The Werewolves pick up the second win for the night. That's going to put them in very good stead in this Group A. The Miranda Dragons, unfortunately, they don't get a win. They don't get a bonus point, and that will keep them at the bottom of the Group A table for the time being. I hope the Miranda Dragons don't lose too much heart from this defeat. I hope that they can take something away from this and bounce back and maybe find something in this that gives them a little bit of hope. They still need to work on a lot of their batting and just some of the basics, and they need to work on who's the bowler to bowl at the right time. Just these little things, they'll sort themselves out over time, and I know it will happen. It always comes in time, doesn't it? We all started in clubs somewhere, and maybe you might have started in a club that was starting for the very first time. And if you did, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It's just about checking that sort of thing out about your team and understanding who fits in best and where they fit in best. We've all been there, and now the Miranda Dragons going through that, and we will see them get better and better, I'm sure of it. But for now, for tonight, it is the Werewolves who pick up the points. 2 wins from 2 games. Very well played by them. Good batting, good bowling, and they're going to be pushing their claim to push up into 3rd place, maybe on the table. The Lisbon Supergiants and the Lisbon Capitals are just above them on the table. But after tonight's calculations, who knows? We will see. Now, let me tell you what's in store. If you join me again tomorrow, Sunday, back here at Miranda de Koval, you're going to be in for a treat because it's the Punjab Sissi Amadoro team taking on the Lisbon Supergiants for 2 games back-to-back. Supergiants, very plucky team, very vocal team, bit of a popular team as well. And Punjab CC Amadora, who's sitting top of the table here in Group A. Let's see if they can be dislodged by the Lisbon Supergiants. That's going to be 2 very good matches here tomorrow night. I'm looking forward to that. Big time. So, hope you can join me here for that one. Shout out to everyone in the chat, as always. It's my regular crowd, my entourage. I can see John Gray in there, Trip Denny, Christopher Ward, Dave, of course, Jules, John Gray, everybody. Paul, thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining the chat. Thank you for looking after the chat. And everyone in the chat who doesn't have a blue spanner, you are so welcome here, and we're so glad to have you here watching the European Cricket Series at night here at Miranda de Koval. It's been wonderful chatting with you and commentating these matches. Enjoy it. I hope you enjoy it. I love it. This is why we do this game. And big thank you to all the crew here at ECSN for putting on a wonderful tournament and a good night tonight. We had a little bit of a technical issue earlier, but that got ironed out and things got good for the second game. So thanks to everybody for joining us tonight. Just to underline that, big win by the Werewolves, very convincing win. 2 wins for them tonight. Join me here tomorrow at 6:30 the start time for tomorrow. Sorry, no, 5:30. 6:30 if you're in Central Europe, of course, but 5:30 GMT time for Punjab Sissi Amadoro in match 11 take on the Lisbon Supergiants. Then in match 12 be the return match. So fingers crossed we'll see you all tomorrow. Fingers crossed the weather stays good for us, and we'll see you back here at Miranda de Covo Stadium, where it's looking an absolute picture. And until then, keep safe. And I hope I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a wonderful Sunday. Hope you're enjoying your weekend wherever you are in the world. And I'll see you tomorrow. Don't forget the T20I action coming from Netherlands tomorrow. Vinny and Corey and friends up there looking after you. Please tune into that one. There's also the ECS in Tallinn for Estonia being played. Cricket all weekend. No matter where you go on the ECSN network, there's always some cricket. Please tune in, enjoy, get involved in the chat, talk to us, let us know what you're doing, where you're watching from, and we'll look forward to seeing you tomorrow. So for now, I'll wish you all a very good night, or good night from Portugal, and a good morning if you're in New Zealand, and a good afternoon if you're in the United States. The key thing is you keep safe, and I'll see you here tomorrow. This is Phil Gowers, also known as Phil G from the chat, one of the Blue Spanner crew, wishing you all a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow.
da, da, da.